Good morning, everybody. I hope that everybody is in the room that needs to be in the room. Thank you. Time's now 9:30, so I'm going to make a start. Now, I think obviously this is a continuation of our Matter 2 discussions, and I am aware I have had some difficulties getting onto Zoom this morning, so I've had to go through my browser, so my outlook is completely different to what would be normal. So if you do lose me, then you realise I'm having some issues, but hopefully it'll all be fine. Hopefully everybody knows who I am. I'm Yvonne Wright. I'm one of the inspectors who's been appointed to examine the soundness and legal compliance of this plan. Now, before we make a start, back on where we finished discussions back in March on Matter 2, I realised that the MP has joined the meeting and would like to say a few words. Is the MP present? Can I just...
I am. Thank you, Mum.
Thank you. If you'd like to just introduce yourself and then just
Thank you. I'm
your comments.
Siobhan Bailey, an MP for Stroud. I'm very grateful, Mum, to you and your team for fitting me in. Unfortunately, I couldn't join the original Matter 1 session. It was actually the fault of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, which I don't get to blame somebody like that very often. But that was the. Listen, I think you're all doing an incredibly difficult job. Councils, constituents, planners, developers, all of you, particularly over Zoom. So I do thank you for everything you're doing. But the reason I wanted to intervene, as you will have known, I submitted a detailed written note to the inspectorate and this inquiry in relation to constituents' experiences relating to the engagement and the consultation processes with the council. Obviously, the local plan is a hugely important document affecting thousands and thousands of my constituents, and I believe passionately in its process that needs to be trusted, and local people must also believe that by engaging with this process that it can affect change. Unfortunately, many people have contacted me. I asked my team to do a sweep of my emails, and I get thousands of emails every month, but this was a high correspondence point, and we've got amazing groups. So Cam Sharpness, Winslow, Wadden have set up groups, but also individual people who contacted me concerned about the various different stages of consultation. So I just thought I won't, with your permission, Mum, I don't propose to read my entire note. I can make that available on my social media. I know you will have seen it, but I thought I would just very briefly run through some key areas that I'm particularly concerned of, and I know that you're...
By all means, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much. So I think the chronology of events is really important. Sort of, there's been an awful lot going on, but we know that the consultation commenced in November 2019 until January 2020. So we all know what happened that year, but immediately whenever there's planning consultations over Christmas, people think there are problems. We've all had to deal with that in various different parts of our roles, but my greatest concern is that the statement of community involvement, which is what the council is relying on and saying that they have adhered to, was actually not adopted until many months afterwards, on the 28th of March 2019. Now that may be normal practice for councils. There may be very good reasons for it, but it just lends to this concern that actually there was no real kind of organisation or decision about how there will be engagement until after the actual consultation had started. The council then adjusted, because obviously we were deep in pandemic territory then. I remember being sent home. I was heavily pregnant. I got chucked out of Parliament. So we were all in a state of flux. But basically the engagement document was set out at that stage and then was only adjusted, I think, 6 months later to account for the pandemic, and was then not adjusted again. So the council made a decision to remove all face-to-face consultations for good reason. We know what was going on with the pandemic, but ultimately That was never put back. And again, local people just didn't feel they had a good opportunity to engage. And just a few headline acts on the types of things people were contacting me about. Particularly in many of the areas where there are the heaviest proposals for planning. We have elderly populations. Local people were saying that they don't always have access to the internet, and they felt that they were being kept out of the process. The Regulation 19 consultation actually restricted responses to completion of an online form, which is in contravention of the actual statement of community involvement. When pushed, the council then did change that. I know district councillors were raising concerns, and it was eventually changed to allow other communication methods. During the pandemic, I realised there was a lot going on, but the council did not communicate all options to engage, nor were there sufficient online conferences, workshops, discussion groups or focus groups. Process timetable was not kept up to date on the council website. Documents were not easy to locate, and version control was inconsistently applied. Many of you on this call are experts and absolutely dedicated and amazing at dealing with planning matters. Many of our constituents are not, and trying to wade through library of documents and find the right thing, if it is actually attached, has proved quite difficult. No attempt to make technical documents more easily understandable to aid community involvement. The SCI also states out who must be consulted at stages of the plan production. Not all statutory consultees were invited to participate in the Regulation 18 consultation. Some respondents to the consultations were not added to the database and were therefore not kept informed of the progress. We have, while kind of significant progress was made by a number of communities throughout the district, the hard work of neighbourhood development plans during the last 3 years does not appear to be reflected in the evidence presented. I know that people are very attached to their neighbourhood development plans, given how much work goes into them. And I think the Localism Act does want them to be considered, or at least seen to be considered. I defer to your expertise, Ma'am, about whether we tip into soundness test issues, but I have been communicated a lot about whether the evidence of community engagement has led to the policy or site allocation amendments. I think it is a very natural correlation from local people to want to know that their engagement is having effect, or at least is being transparently ruled out. And that is not something that has happened at any stage. It may be something that you will be able to tie together, having spent so many hours and months on the proposed local plan, but there is a very real concern. I've had it written to me on a number of occasions that the decisions were predetermined at the outset. Part of this is that public comments were not published in a timely manner. The council have not explained how comment has been taken into account of the next steps at stages where comments were missed or added late. No clarification was provided as to how a late piece of information has then been kind of woven into decisions made at different stages. And I think that is I was reminding myself last night about the gunning principles and Stephen Sedley QC's approach, and just the need to show evidence that engagement has been taken into account. Again, I defer to your experience on this. I think it would, whether that only needs to be done at the end, but it certainly has not been done throughout the process, which has led to concerns. I also note that when we added in when Stroud added in the additional housing options in August 2020, which led to an additional consultation, that was in response to a potential government change in terms of changes of housing numbers. So may very well have been sensible for the council to do, but there has not been a willingness to flex or pause the local plan when there has been so much going on in Parliament and Westminster to quite dramatically change the planning rules, which I anticipate is not making your job any easier, ma'am, given what's happening with the talks, and we're having the mother of all arguments up in Parliament about targets and housing numbers, but the planning legislation is absolutely huge and will have a very potentially big impact on constituents in Stroud. And to my mind, I think it is important that my constituents, everyone in the district, has the benefit of the most up-to-date legislation. And I think given that the council was willing to flex and consult on a proposed change in August 2020, I'm surprised that there hasn't been an explanation or decision to pause or consult again, given the discussions that are happening in Parliament. And I think the final thing, obviously happy to answer any questions. I don't underestimate the difficult job of the council. I think individual officers work very, very hard. I have a lot of time for people in the council as individuals, but I think on the whole, we are at real risk of imposing at the moment a local plan that constituents tell me they have no trust in. And I have constituents that have become basically planning experts without any of the training or experience or years of work that all of you have had, and they have found it incredibly difficult. And my biggest fear is for them to be ignored in terms of our democratic processes in the future, but also I am really worried about who hasn't been able to engage, partly for the pandemic, which is nobody's fault on this in terms of that appearing in the last few years. But I am very concerned, and I think more could have been done given the dramatic changes. I think we should be aiming for the world-class civic engagement that the planning white paper was talking about. And I am sad to say, because I will always speak up in favour of our council whenever I can, I'm sad to say I just do not see that the engagement and public consultation processes have been that, given the evidence that have been sent to me and the concerns raised to me. So I hope that's a bit of a whistle-stop tour, and I thank you all for jumping back into matter one again for me as you're heading for your spatial strategy stuff. So happy to answer any questions, ma'am.
Thank you. When you say that the correspondence that you've received from constituents state that they don't trust the plan, is that from the perspective that, so again, I'm just going to sort of summarize just to ensure that I fully understand the comments that you've made. Is that from the comments that they don't feel that they've been listened to? But more importantly, or because obviously I have, or myself and my colleague have to make decisions based on evidence. So are you saying is that they don't trust the plan because evidence that they've put forward hasn't been taken into account?
Yeah, so there's a range. My concern is overall trust of the plan is low, given the range of individual concerns about specific things like submitting information, it not being uploaded, or not being able to submit information because there's only an online form, for example, or consultation periods being at bare minimum timelines until really pushed by local councils or local groups. It's an overall you must rely on evidence. I think that is absolutely right. But I am surmising the range of concerns I've had over a number of years, and I've set them out in kind of bullet point forms for you, ma'am. And very, very happy to go through any more and get my team to do another sweep and give you even more detail on that, if that would be helpful. I didn't want your documentation to be even longer than it was when I was preparing my recipe.
It's pretty long as it is, but yes, no, that's absolutely fine, because a lot of issues have already been raised in the other sessions, obviously, as we started to go through the process, and we've obviously got more sessions coming up particularly in relation to site allocations, etc. So we will have more discussions on those points as well. Okay. I will just give the council, I don't know if the council wishes to respond to the points that you've heard from Ms. Bailey.
Thank you. Good morning, Inspector. Good morning, everybody. It's Mark Russell from the District Council. I feel I'm slightly at a disadvantage because I feel I addressed these points during Matter 1. I think Councillor Hayden-Jones and Wislow Action Group identified almost exactly the points that that Siobhan Bailey has raised today. So I don't propose to go through those points point by point. I'm very happy to answer questions that those additional comments may raise in your mind, Inspector. Just the overall point being that the council considers that we've met all the legal requirements set out in the regulations, and all of our consultations have conformed with the SCI. In fact, we've gone well beyond the existing the minimum requirements. Engagement has been front-loaded. There has been extensive consultation through roadshows. I remember Siobhan attended a very, very busy roadshow in Berkeley at an early stage in the consultation process. We've engaged directly, members of my team have engaged directly with members of the public, sometimes in quite challenging situations. And we have undertaken extensive consultations in excess of the minimum requirements set out in the regulations and where appropriate in the SCI. I could go on into rebutting point by point all the points raised, but we're here really to discuss Matter 2, I believe. So I really don't want to waste the examination's time, but I'm very happy to do so if you require me to do so, Inspector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. I don't think it's necessary to go through the points. It was very helpful to hear from Ms. Bailey, but I don't necessarily wish to have you repeat what you said when we discuss those matters under Matter 1. Okay. Ms. Bailey, is there anything further you wish to state? So I know that you are obviously a very busy woman. And
oh, no, I'm going to visit Thomas Keeble School's coming to Parliament, so it's a nice day today. No, ma'am, I stand ready to assist you and your team in any way I possibly can. So do not hesitate to get in touch or ask me to join future sessions if that would be helpful.
Well, thank you very much for your contribution. That's been very helpful today. Thank you. So whenever you need to leave, just leave, okay? But obviously you're more than welcome to stay as well.
I've spent hours watching you all. I think you've done a lot. You've done a lot. Thank you.
I think I'd rather watch paint dry, but there you go. That's that might be more exciting than watching a local plan examination, but that's just my take on it. Right, thank you very much for that. Now, what I would like to do is now move on to what we're here to discuss today in relation to the continuation of the discussion under Matter 2. First of all, I'd like to go through the participant list just to make sure I've got everybody in the room who is supposed to be here. If I can start with the council, I know Mr. Russell, you've introduced yourself, but would the rest of your team like to introduce themselves, please?
Thank you. Yes, so Mark Russell, Head of Planning Strategy and Economic Development at the Council. And today we're acting very much as a team. So I have Natalie Worley, who's going to be dealing with any matters relating to settlement hierarchy outstanding. I have Helen Johnston, who will be supporting the inquiry on site selection, and Conrad Moore, who will be assisting you on matters relating to the flood risk and sequential test. Thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you. And then again, like I've done in previous sessions, I'm just going to run down the list as it's been provided to me by the programme officer. The representatives for Mr. Moody, please. Are they present? I think it's Bruton Knowles. Ms. Galancy, have they come?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he is here. He's in the room. Let's see if he's having some problems.
Okay. Is it Mr. Brogden?
Yeah, he's disappeared now. I wonder if he's left
Right.
to
I
rejoin.
thought I saw that name earlier when I first joined. So
Yeah.
okay, I'll come back. So if you can, yeah, if you can come
I've got
back
a feeling he's probably left to rejoin because he was there and then he's just disappeared again.
Right.
So.
Okay, that's fine. I'll start to go down the rest of the list anyway. Thank you.
Oh, actually, hang on.
Oh, has he come back in?
Oh, he's trying to talk, but I think he's muted. I'll check in with him.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue to just go down the list. The representatives for Avent Homes and Seven Homes, please.
Yes, good morning, ma'am. It's Nathan McLaughlin, Managing Director of McLaughlin Planning, representing Avent Homes and Seven Homes.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Good morning, ma'am. Hayden Jones. I represent the Berkeley Vale ward.
Thank you. The representatives for Taylor Wimpey and Freeman Homes, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Conor Flanagan from Black Box Planning.
Thank you very much. Gloucestershire County Council, please.
We couldn't hear you, Nathan.
Gloucestershire County Council. You're. Oh no,
They
I
are,
think.
Yeah, they are here.
They were here. They've gone off the list now.
No,
So,
Nathan's there.
obviously having trouble. Anyway, I know you're present.
So I was going to say, it's Louisa Self-Haywood here, representing Gloucestershire County Council from a sort of local transport plan and policy perspective. I also can see that Nathan Drover is here, who's our lead on this. However, he seems to have problems with his audio at the moment. In a minute.
That's okay. That's okay. You are starting to cut out yourself. So I think it may be one of those days. So if anybody does have problems losing connection or whatever, then please just keep trying and to come back on. Okay, thank you for that. Representatives for Sharpness Development and Ecotricity, please.
Good morning, Mum. It's Paul Fong from Morgan Elliott Planning.
Thank you. Representatives for Alexandra Orchard, please.
Good morning, Mum. Matthew Tyus, Esther Planning.
Thank you. Representative for Persimmon Homes, Severn Valley, please.
Good morning, Mum. James Millard of Blue Fox Planning, representing Persimmon Homes in respect of PS24 and PS38.
Thank you. Minchinhampton Parish Council and Local Plan Response Group. I presume that's as part of the Parish Council. Are they present?
No, I don't think they are.
No. Okay. Thank you. The Berkeley and Sharpness Residents Action Group, please.
I'm not sure they're here either.
I don't think I saw their name.
No.
Okay. Representatives for Crest Nicholson, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Morning, everybody. Tony Clements from Nexus Planning.
Thank you. Tritax Symmetry, please.
Morning, ma'am. Tim Partridge representing Tritax Symmetry.
Lovely, thank you. Representatives for Mr. PC, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Hannah Millman from SF Planning.
Thank you. Wislow Action Group, please.
Morning, ma'am. Andy Davis, Wislow Action Group.
Thank you. Mr. Bannister, please.
No, I don't see him either.
Right, no, his name's not up, that's fine. Cotswold Homes, please.
Hi, good morning, ma'am. Cameron Austin Fell from RPS.
Thank you. Charterhouse.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. Mike Taylor from Chilmark Consulting, representing Charterhouse Strategic Land.
Thank you. Kingswood Parish Council, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Troy Hayes from Troy Planning and Design on behalf of Kingswood Parish Council.
Lovely, thank you. Representatives for L&Q Estates, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Nick Matthews from Savills.
Thank you. Mr. Willits, I know you're here because you put your hand up earlier. But then...
Hi, Steve Willits, Inspector, CAM Community Action Group.
Brilliant, thank you. Representatives for Robert Hitchens, please.
Morning, ma'am. Sarah Hamilton-Foyne from Pegasus Group.
Thank you. Vistry Group, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Dan Washington from BBA Architects.
Colethrop Farm Limited.
Good morning, ma'am. Colin Danks from Copperfield, representing CFL at Huntsgrove and Haresfield.
Thank you. Redrow Homes.
Morning, ma'am. Emma Fortune from Carney Sweeney.
Thank you. Bloor Homes.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am. Guy Wakefield from Ridgeon Partners.
Thank you. Environment Agency, please.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Yes, Ruth Clare from the Environment Agency.
You are cutting in and out, so just to be aware. If I do need to bring somebody in and people are cutting out, you may need to turn your camera off just to assist, but let's just see how that goes. And then Newland Homes.
Morning, ma'am. Richard Grant, Planning Director with Origin 3, representing Newland Homes.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the meeting that I haven't or hasn't had an opportunity to introduce themselves?
Ma'am, it's Richard Brogden, Bruton Knowles. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're back. Great.
Change headsets. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to do things slightly differently this morning, as in we're going to turn directly to the site selection methodology, because I'm aware that the Environment Agency representative, it can only be present here this morning. I'm not sure how long the entire session is going to take anyway, but if we do need to go into this afternoon, which we have the entire day, so if necessary, we will do that. We will continue our discussion on the settlement hierarchy after we've done the site selection methodology. So my apologies if people were getting ready to move on to question 16, because that was our next one, because that's where we finished last time. I am going to be moving on to starting with question 27. So these are our 27 to 30, which are our questions in relation to the site selection methodology first. Now, just bear with me. I'll just change my notes. Now, in response to RMIQs, the council has set out in its MIQ statement a summary of what has happened in relation to the methodology. So the process that has been set out, and obviously there is the topic paper that summarises the process of site selection. And obviously there are a significant number of representations that have been made, raising concerns and raising issues in relation to the site selection process. Now, again, I'm going to reiterate that we're not going to be looking at specific sites as far as possible. I recognise that sometimes the use of a site can be a useful tool to use as an example to explain a point that is trying to be made. So that's absolutely fine. I don't mind doing that. I don't necessarily want to have huge conversations in relation to specifics for particular sites, because we do have the site allocation sessions coming up starting next week. I know we've still got we've done some of the new settlement ones, but we still need to continue with those, but we do have the Matter 6 session starting next week. But I recognise that to make a point, sometimes it's useful to use a particular site, and it could be in the case that I actually raise a particular issue because it's been raised to me in relation to a particular site that we've already discussed. So just to make you aware of that. So what I want to try and really focus on to make sure that I fully understand the process and people's concerns is what your concerns are on the methodology. So it's not about, at the moment, necessarily the outcomes. It's about, let's first of all sort of focus on the methodology. Is the methodology sound? Is it justified and is it effective? Are there holes in that methodology? Or is it in accordance with, excuse me, is it in accordance with national policy? Is it in accordance with the PPG, the Planning Practice Guidance? Now, the council makes it clear in its own evidence and its own statements that it believes that the methodology that they have followed national policy and guidance on how that has sets out how an assessment, a site selection process has been carried out, and they set out the studies and the assessments that have been used as part of determining the site selection process and how sites have been sort of brought out at the other end, which sites have been taken forward, which sites have been rejected, etc. Now, when we're talking about sites here, we're talking about all sites. So we're not just talking about housing sites, we're talking about commercial sites, so employment sites as well. And I know there's some points that some representatives have raised in relation to commercial aspects and how that has been taken into account in the site selection methodology. We'll be coming on to that shortly. So I think what I would like to do, because we do have the Environment Agency present in the room, and the issue of flooding, flood risk, the sequential test, exception test, etc. Obviously, we raised that as part of our question 29. I would like to start there. So we're sort of homing in on a particular point at the moment around flooding and how the process, because I don't want the council to summarise the process. You've done that within your statements, you've done that within your topic paper. So I do want to focus on specifics as to what the particular issues are that people have raised and why they feel that the process of site selection, the methodology itself, is flawed. So if we can, I think if we can start with our question 29 and the issues around flooding and how that has been taken into account. I would like, I know the council explains it in its statement, but I would like the council to just, if it can, sort of summarise the process that it's used in terms of taking flooding into account, how that has been assessed, and because I know you say you've worked with the Environment Agency to ensure that the process is correct. I've got the Statement of Common Ground in front of me that was produced with the Environment Agency in February. I want to understand whether anything has changed from that, because reference is made to formally signing off SFRA 2, etc. Whether that's been done, whether there's anything else to update on that. So the council can just give an update on where they're currently at in relation to that, but also just give a quick, if at all, a quick summary. I'm not sure if you can do this in a quick way, but just summarize the process, where you came from in dealing with the need to look at flooding, flood risk, and the sequential and exception tests.
Yes, if I may open, Inspector. Conrad Moore from Planning Strategy team. With regards to site selection and flood risk, as part of the SFRA, all potential allocation sites were screened for all sources of flood risk, and the flood risk vulnerability of the proposed development was considered. It's worth noting that the evidence prepared and exercise performed as part of the selection process is will we consider well aligned with the requirements of the MPPF and includes the changes in July 2021 and the subsequent amendments to the planning policy guidance. Basically, site screening was provided in Appendix O of the SFRA, and that's document EB54P, and that identifies the sites at low risk from all sources of flood risk, and therefore those considered to satisfy sequential test and those where the risk of flooding had implications for the principle of development were subject to a more detailed assessment of the actual flood risk within the level 2 SFRA in order to understand how sites could safely be brought forward and to satisfy the exception test. The level 2 SFRA assessments provided a detailed assessment of the actual flood risk, including residual risk and impacts of climate change, and where appropriate, identified constraints to development and potential flood risk mitigation recommendations, so development could be implemented safely to address the second part of the exception test. Recommendations were also provided on the scope of the flood risk assessments that would be required to support planning applications subsequently at those sites. Whilst the evidence-based documentation, and I touch on this in the MIQs, does not contain content that explicitly describes the sequential test and exception test, the Council site selection process implicitly incorporates the approach and made use of the relevant evidence to sequentially select allocation sites and avoid inappropriate development in areas of risk of flooding. This approach included evidence that accounted for all sources of flood risk in accordance with the latest policy guidance. We worked closely with JBA Consulting in developing all the SFRA work and take it through various iterations. And we've worked closely with the Environment Agency and Ruth Clare. In terms of the sign-off of the SFRA2, we are engaged in that process with Ruth Clare at the Environment Agency, and I'd like her to answer the timescale for you on that. Thank you.
Before we get to that, can I just confirm, I heard last week, particularly in relation to Winslow, so here I am, I'm highlighting a particular site because it gives me an example, of not necessarily issues of flooding within the development site, but issues of flooding that could be caused by the development, particularly in relation to surface runoff, and how that has been assessed Now, obviously, it was slightly different last week. We were talking about mitigation measures. At this point, looking at this, it's about how has those aspects about downstream flooding, etc., and whether anything is going to cause any further issues. It's not just about the site. How has that been taken into account in looking at the flood risk elements of the proposed planned growth?
The site assessments did take into that, because you have to model the whole water course and use the data available there. So we are of belief that the recommendations on mitigation that were part of the SFRA2 has taken account of those aspects sufficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can turn to the Environment Agency then, could you just give me an update on the timescale for the signing off of the SFRA, and then let me know if you have any particular concerns about the approach that the council has taken in terms of the methodology that's been used.
Okay, yeah, hello, thank you.
Thank you.
If I'm breaking up at all, do say, and I'll turn my camera off.
You're fine at the moment, so let's see how it goes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I will say I got the call yesterday afternoon from Mr. Moore to ask me to attend this. So, and I've not been able to prepare much. So this is fairly off the hoof, as it were.
That's right. If myself, if I need anything else from yourself, if you can't answer today, it's absolutely fine for you to say, oh, I need to go away and have a think about that, or I need to go and check. Okay. And then you can either come back or produce a note or something. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, okay, so the timescale, it's envisaged that it will be done by the end of this month. We said spring. It's purely there's no big issue there at all. It's really the review of the SFRA. It's sort of a crossing the T's, dotting the I's type exercise, in that we've previously seen the SFRA as part of the our process of reviewing and responding at the statutory consultation stages throughout the plan process. So we've seen iterations of the SFRA right the way through. The version that accompanied the Regulation 19 consultation was a May 2021 document, and then has subsequently had a couple of updates. It's inevitable that throughout a plan period, policy and guidance does change, and there's not much councils can do about that, because it can land. I mean, for instance, our representations on the Reg 19 consultation, I think it was the 21st of July 2021, and the day before, the climate change allowances were updated in which are sort of linked with the planning practice guidance. So just as an example, that can happen all the time. So the main updates that have happened are the July 21 NPPF update, and then the August 2022 update to the flood risk and coastal change section of the planning policy guidance, planning practice guidance. So our review of the SFRA is sort of the final version of it, is just a sort of, it's almost a tick box exercise of okay, let's just check that the minor changes to it that accounted for those updates are all okay and fine, and it's covered what it needs to do. I'm not we're sort of halfway through that process. It's purely a resource issue at our end that we haven't managed to finalize that yet, but I'm not, based on what we've looked at so far, there's no real concern. I'm certainly not expecting any showstopper issues. The SFRA is a robust document, and we're so to move on to like the process overall, I think, yeah, we, as Mr. Moore says, we worked closely with the council throughout as best as possible with, you know, resources at each end, but we've always been closely linked on liaising on the plan consultation. We're happy with the evidence base insofar as it's gone about things in the way that we expect councils to go about this process. So and I think really Stroud have always, with this plan and the current adopted plan, have always taken a really good approach to site selection, in that it's fair to say some councils sometimes struggle with the time at which to commission a piece of evidence space, and whether or not that comes, really before site selection process is, being finalised, or perhaps quite close to when that happens. And Stroud have always gone about that with quite a thorough way, where they've really looked quite broad brush at a lot of sites, based on what's in the SALA, and then looked at that quite broad brush and discounted sites as a result. So we're pleased to see that's happened with the current plan and with this emerging plan that we're examining now. That has been the case, where they've looked at the evidence base and they've gone, no, actually this site, for example, doesn't meet the test, wouldn't pass the sequential test, and they've put sites out because of that. So they've gone about it in a genuine way. It has been an evidence-led process, which is welcomed, and doesn't always happen quite as well and as front-loaded as they have done this, I believe. So that's in their favour. The site selection process, as Mr. Moore said, it's documented in its Appendix O of the SFRA, it goes through. It has included all forms of flooding, I believe, as well. It's not just the fluvial flood risk from rivers, so it's not just based on the flood zone map, flood map for planning, but it's also based on other sources. So again, we're happy with that. I think the other thing to say is that you're always going to arrive with sites that it's very unlikely that you have sites with absolutely no form of flooding at any part of the whole large allocation red line. It's likely that you do have some sites that will have some issues of flooding affecting them. Sometimes they have a small amount of floodplain with them. If they have rivers and watercourses in them, that's almost inevitable. But the SFRA works through this, and the process has gone through this, whereby thought has been given as to, well, how much of the site is needed to accommodate that flood risk, and to look at that as sort of actual land take or flood risk management infrastructure, whether that's floodplain itself, whether it's drainage features that are required to manage flood risk on site, and runoff, which is the point about the impact of the development itself on flooding and the floodplain, water runoff and downstream or off-site communities. That is all considered as part of the process. So it's been done in a thorough way. We are happy with it. I think the sign off of the SFRA, as I say, it's a fairly sort of, in my mind, it's a fairly minor thing, albeit I know Stroud are very keen to have that done so they can, have confidence, say, yes, the Environment Agency are happy with this. We are effectively, and I think we've just got to finalise that in the next 2 weeks to provide that as has been agreed. But yeah, that's it. And if there are any issues coming out of that, we would make any recommendations for any minor wording changes, for example, that might need to happen as part or anything to flag within that SFRA document, because it is effectively a document that is an evidence-based document for the plan. There's also a tool for developers using it to plan for their sites at the development management stage as well. And that's really important, because you're not going to, with regard to your question, has a sequential test and where relevant exception tests been done? Yes, it has, as relevant for this stage of plan making of the planning process, which is a strategic process right now. Sequential test, yeah, we're perfectly happy that's been done appropriately. Exception test, again, that's been looked at as part of the process and effectively done, but it won't remove the need to do that also at the plan, the development management stage for individual applications coming forward, and site-specific flood risk assessments, because that's where you get all the detail about how a site will emerge, where the built form is going to be, how it will manage flood risk off site, and all of that is really, really important. So what's happened now is absolutely fine and appropriate for this stage. There's more work to be done, but that's right and proper as part of development management process. I hope that helps.
Thank you. No, that has been really helpful, actually, because it's nice to understand from your perspective whether the process has been appropriately followed, i.e. that it's justified and it is effective at a strategic level. And I understand that obviously this is a strategic flood risk assessment, so that's what the SFRA is about, and that quite rightly it does not take away the need for for assessments at a site-based level. Absolutely. Can I just confirm to the council, because Ms. Clare, you mentioned that since the 2021 version of the SFRA has been produced, there's been a couple of updates. Is that within that document? I don't know if the council needs to just confirm this. I'm trying to understand whether the one that I've got in front of me and that's in the evidence base, is that the one that, does that include all of the updates?
Yes, it was the July version is the one on the evidence base.
Okay.
And that did take account of those changes.
How does it take into account the August 2022 changes that have been referenced?
I think there was a November version. I'll have to check that for you.
Can you just check? I'm just quickly looking on the evidence base. I can't, and please let me, I may be wrong on this. I can't recall seeing that updated. I don't know what that updated version is, or whether it's a very minor update, or could you just check that to just make sure? I will. Well, thank you. I just want to make sure that I understand what the implications of the August 2022 changes would have been in that document, not in the 2021 version. So I'm just trying to understand that. Notwithstanding that, the Environment Agency has said that they're fine with the document. It's a robust approach, etc. Now I've got, I was just about to say, has anybody got any comments that they wish to make? Mr. Davis, please.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. It's useful to have the Environment Agency on. So I will not cover PS37 specifically because we're going to have a separate session on that flooding issue. But in a more holistic sense, I'm interested mainly from the Environment Agency is how they do the holistic assessment. So we see in the documentation there's going to be an assessment for PS37, there's going to be another one for PS25, another one for PS24. But one of our concerns is you put together all of the housing in the sort of north of Cam, and then you've got PS37 Wislow right next to it. They've all got their own runoff issues, but each of the settlements will be assessed individually. But where is the holistic assessment that takes account of all of the housing put together, which is what the true flooding assessment should be?
So your concern is the cumulative effect? Absolutely.
Would you like me to answer, Inspector? Yeah. Okay. So I
know that was aimed at yourself, Ms. Clare, but obviously the council can chip in because it's about the council's plan as well. But Ms. Clare, if you want to just start first.
Yeah. No. I completely understand, because this is a really genuine concern of many communities that we work with. Cumulative impact of flooding, and how when you've got a lot of development happening in an area, what happens with that surface water runoff. I think the starting point for this is that any development, and this sort of applies at all stages of planning, but we look at it a lot at the development management stage of planning applications. Any application coming forward for development has to meet the requirements of the NPPF, and those requirements, in simple terms, are basically the development itself should be safe from flood risk, should not be at an unacceptable risk of flooding, and it should not increase flood risk to third parties. So it shouldn't negatively impact the floodplain, it shouldn't increase runoff. It has to manage the surface water runoff on the site itself, within the site, so that your runoff leaving the site is going at acceptable rates, and not making a situation worse, plus incorporating climate change into that. So not just now, but for the whole lifetime of that development, which is taken as 100 years for housing development. that manages itself over that time for the increased rainfall and storm events that we can expect. So there's a design standard that they have to meet. That's the bottom line. If developments don't meet those standards, when we're involved in the planning process at development management stage, we won't support those. We would object until that can be resolved. At the strategic stage, the same thing applies. You know, this is the sort of thing that's covered off in planning policy, in how the planning policy works at the local level to ensure that developments are not just meeting these minimum requirements, but going further. So that's where we come on to the cumulative impact. So if you can assume that all developments meet those requirements, then in theory, there should be no cumulative impact. In reality, I think it's important that developments, when you've got quite a accumulation in an area, that you do look at this holistically, and that you do look at how that impacts the catchment. We do this when we review SFRAs, and plans and allocations that are proposed. We don't look at them in the isolated pockets. We do take that wider picture, because that's how we work. We work on sort of a catchment basis, what happens in to the river in an area if you've got, you know, quite a large amount of development going on. How is that managed? We will always look for flood risk betterment as well in when we're working with councils and developers. So that for us, that's almost a bottom line issue as well. It's like, well, it's not just about making sure you don't make it worse. You should be trying to make things better as well. That's the benefit of planning. So for instance, in the SFRA, there is, you know, the SFRA does look at these sort of issues around cumulative impact, around betterment, how you can provide for flood risk management infrastructure, you know, additional things that might want to come on board over time. So whether that's storage basins and things that can provide betterment to the flood risk situation. Don't forget as well, we look at flooding to existing development, not just about new development. So we're looking at that whole sort of picture, as it were. And then so the SFRA has looked at that. We've considered that in our assessment of, you know, the plan and its evidence base. And then the other big thing here is policy ES4, you know, what that provides in terms of trying to achieve betterment, trying to reduce flood risk, and that's a big part of this, because I think without that push, that makes everyone's lives easier by having a good, robust policy that takes the NPPF and says, right, the NPPF is saying you need to make betterment and improvement. And what does that mean locally? These are the sorts of things that we're expecting people to be doing. And that is, I think, how cumulative impact is also addressed through this, is that development should be bringing about overall improvements to the flood risk situation, and how that's managed now over the lifetime of the development and cumulatively. And I believe that that's been done well with policy ES4 and with the process to date.
Thank you. That's been really helpful. So thank you for that. I'll come to Mr. Russell, because do you want to add to that? And then I've got Mr. Willett, so I may have to come back to the council.
I think it's probably best to have Mr. Willits first. My point is a procedural point that Mr. Davis.
Oh, okay, so it's not to do with that. Okay, no. That's fine then. Mr. Willits then, please.
Hello, Inspector. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
It's a couple of points, really. First of all, going back to what Mr. Moore said, he said, and I was trying to understand all the comments, something about this and that and the other with respect to sequential tests, SFRA, and so on. These things are not explicit, but they are implicit within the various documentation and the reports. We would argue that they need to be explicit, because we can't see then that that is clear. Mr. Moore also talked about modelling the whole watercourse in order to make sure that certain risks are properly managed at this strategic stage. We cannot see that model. And although I am certainly no flood expert, we certainly have members of the community that are very experienced water engineers indeed have worked for Stroud Council in the past and have been trying to understand this information. I absolutely defer to Miss Clare's expertise in the Environment Agency and wouldn't want to try and get into a technical debate. But with those two things in mind, one of the things that we have looked at is Planning Policy Statement 25 Practice Guide, taking flood risk into account in the planning process. This calls for a proper assessment of the whole catchment. I've heard Miss Moore say that, Miss Clare say to that the Environment Agency are satisfied. That's great, but as residents, we cannot see and understand that that has been done, that is not visible and explained properly. In order to do that whole assessment, you need the hydrographic model, which indeed Mr. Moore referred to, but we can't find that in the documentation, upstream, downstream, and existing. And indeed, Ms. Clare mentioned having to look at existing, not just new. It should consider existing and evolving development across, in our case, of course, we're talking about from Dursley right down through Cam, Wislow, and all the way down to the Severn. Site selection methodology paragraphs, I think 28, 29, if I've got the data right here, ask questions very relevant, and given PPG 25, in our view, if it has been followed, we just cannot see that that holistic approach has been properly taken at this stage. Again, I won't repeat the conversations from the Wislow session the other day, but it all comes back to that. The fact that we are hugely concerned about flooding. We are not experts, and yet the experts that we do in fact have in the community just cannot see the evidence presented. And the final point that I would just like to make, which I appreciate may come across as a little bit emotional, is that when I hear during this inspection echo the words that many people have made, that many people have said, it's extremely difficult. A lot of hard work is being done. A lot of professional people trying to do their jobs to the best they can. But when we as residents are faced with questions like, so is this the most up-to-date data? What information is available on flooding? Oh, this seems to be out of date by many years. What about current evidence? Oh, that can't be taken into account because it's just anecdotal. All of that starts to add up to us having real concerns that we cannot see and put to people in our community who can even understand hydrographic models. And as residents, we find it very difficult to go through the documentation. This is a strategically critical point. And yet, Inspector, to our view, it is just not clear in the evidence and documentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. If I can come to Mr. Russell, then I'd like to respond.
Sorry, Inspector, it's just a relatively minor point. It was just Mr. Davis suggested that we would be dealing with site-specific flood risk issues in relation to Wislow at another session. Obviously, we've had that session, and my notes state that you as inspector were going to consider whether you needed any further information after that session. So I'm not sure if Mr. Davis was at that session, because I believe there was another gentleman. Yeah, so just wanted to confirm that point. We have had a discussion at the Wislow session on flood risk, and it is for you, Inspector, to consider whether to reopen that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything in response to that the council wishes to add in response to Mr. Willits' comments?
No, I think you've had the MIQs, you've had the evidence provided that supported the testing of flood risk, and you've heard clearly from the Environment Agency today their view on how we've worked closely with them in producing the evidence. Thank you.
So the comments that Mr. Willis has made about the documents don't always make explicit the evidence, so it may be implied, but Mr. Willis concerns that local residents haven't been able to actually look at the specific evidence, and he refers to you know, the hydrographic model, etc. Anything you want to add on that, and why, you know, should those be made available, and if so, can they be made available?
I think I would have to liaise with our consultants, JBA, on that, the modelling, and I'd also welcome if the Environment Agency could also add anything, because they have the national flood risk maps that incorporate the modelling as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clare, please.
Sorry. Okay, hello. Right. If it helps, I was going to just talk a bit about sort of the modelling process and how that works. Yeah, so the Environment Agency produce a lot of data. We produce the flood map for planning. That's based on flood modelling that we undertake. It can occasionally also include anecdotal evidence as well from, for example, when we've had the July 2007 floods, which were the biggest, that's been the biggest flood event in recent times that's affected this part of the world. You know, that flood map for planning is taking modelling that we do. It's also taking things called rack marks, which are when flooding comes up to a certain point and you get a photo on a building of like the debris. There's all kinds of evidence that go into producing the flood map for planning. There are also other flood studies out there. So the County Council have got various flood risk documents as well, surface water flood risk documents, all of that information. There's a huge amount of evidence out there, and that includes modelled data as well. All of that is out there, and what the strategic flood risk assessment does is it starts almost as a desk-based study of pulling together that data that exists, and it pulls it all together, and it looks at the picture, and it looks for, okay, have we got good, reasonably up to date or you know, materially relevant still data that supports this document, that supports the evidence base. And if there are gaps or if there are things that are missing, that's when a level 2 SFRA will go and potentially undertake further modelling of a watercourse, for example, to understand what the to get a better picture of the flood risk associated with that watercourse. I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head, and I've been trying to find through the SFRA whether or not specific modelling was done for this. I've got a feeling some was done, but I can't be certain on that point. So I would need to confirm that at a later point if needed. But that certainly is part of the process of level 2 SFRAs. The level 1 SFRA is a different, there's these two different levels of strategic flood risk assessments. In Gloucestershire, the level 1 SFRA is dated, it's from 2008. So obviously that is a little bit old now, but I was involved at the time that was undertaken, that document. It covers the whole of Gloucestershire. So it's a huge area to cover flood risk from all sources of flooding, you know, across quite a large area. And by its very nature, a level 1 SFRA will be fairly broad brush. But again, it does do this pulling together of evidence and information. And at the time of doing that document, the consultants at the time who did that, they pulled together, you know, information from, specifically, they built into it the July 2007 flood event, and it did take on board a whole range of information. There was local anecdotal information, pictures that people sent us, all sorts of things went into that document. I appreciate that you can't look at that document and necessarily see all of that, but that is sort of the process that was behind undertaking that document. And as well as any modelled information that existed at that time. What we, in discussion with all the councils in Gloucestershire, we always sort of advise that, okay, that's done, that document's done, it's there, it sits on the shelf, everyone can see it, everyone can use it, it's online. It's relevant to support local plans, and the point at which it may or may not need updating would come depending on events. So have there been further flood risk events that are so significant that they perhaps make it more out of date, because this can happen over time, you know. There have been reasonably significant flood events in Gloucestershire, in Stroud district. I think the 2012 winter 2012 was a particular event that was quite significant, but nothing, I don't think anything has exceeded the July 2007 flood events. That's still seen as sort of a benchmark of the biggest flood event that's occurred in this district in that time. If a further flood event were to happen that was greater than that, I think that would definitely be grounds to look at, okay, this level 1 SFRA needs updating. The other thing that changes is if there are significant policy changes during that time. Yes, there have been policy and guidance changes, as we've said. I don't think any of them are so fundamental that they massively change the core things that you look at through planning and flood risk. So again, our advice to councils on this issue, because we're asked this quite reasonably regularly, does the SFRA level 1 need updating, has been actually there's not massively significant data or flood risk changes that would mean that it must be updated, but I know councils are now starting to consider that. We are happy though that still represents a good broad brush overall baseline level 1 SFRA as evidence base for local plan making. So that's the level 1 SFRA. The level 2 then looks in much more detail at certain areas where development is being considered. As I was saying earlier, it will take on board any more recent flood modelling. So the level 2 SFRA is quite a recent document, relatively so, it's 2021, and that has built into it all the flood modelling updates that we at the EA and anyone else like the County Council and the Lead Local Flood Authority, any modelling work that they've done, any data that they've got, that's all been brought into that level 2 SFRA. So if you see, it's sort of it's building on the data and evidence that's available. So this I'm sort of, I suppose what I'm trying to say is modelling work has been done, it's out there. I appreciate that it can't always be seen. Sometimes that's for I suppose a commercially sensitive reason, because actual the modelling itself, the outputs can be seen, the maps, but the actual sort of model is very valuable to a developer, for example, that might want to use that to then put forward their flood risk assessment for their development. So that's one of the reasons why you can't click onto a website and download the actual model itself, but you can see the outputs. The outputs are fed into the flood map for planning, and that's constantly, quarterly, that's updated, and that happens sort of almost automatically, as it were. So people can see the most up-to-date information through the flood map for planning and the level 2 SFRA. As I say, it's dated from 2021, and that's built in all the data that was available up to that point. I'm not aware of any major changes in modelling since that time, but I would have to check that point if that's a query that's necessary, as to whether or not there's been any significant changes since then. But as I say, I don't think there are, and I think again this is why we feel that the SFRA level 2 has it's done its job in terms of painting that picture of what is the flood risk situation like, are these allocations appropriate to come forwards, and with the caveats of yes, but at the development management stage, there's still work to be done that really does go into very detailed assessment of things like small watercourses that may not have mapping associated with them, or further information that comes forward at the time at which that planning application comes forward.
Thank you. That's been really helpful to just explain that. Mr. Bannister, you've got your hand up.
Good morning, ma'am. My apologies, I was a bit late joining today and I've just caught the tail end of this conversation. I was expecting to talk about the details on Wislow with the master plan flooding expert at a later date. Could you just confirm that that's going to take place?
Well, we held the Wislow discussion last week.
Yes, I understand that. When I questioned the consultant who was compiling the master plan, he was unable to answer any questions on flooding and said he would get back to his flooding expert. And I believe that we were going to discuss that at a later date when the opportunity.
Well, no, it was something, it's what Mr. Russell has just said or previously said, so you may not have been present for it. It's something that I'm taking away to consider whether we do need to have further discussion. So it's not a definite at this stage. I need to discuss it with my colleague and look at the evidence and then determine whether we need further additional discussion when we come back to discuss Wislow.
We would certainly welcome that because we believe we have significant evidence that we'd like to present.
Okay, thank you. I will note that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Partridge, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a very minor point. The lady from the Environment Agency said that all strategic sites suffer to some degree from flooding. That's not correct. The strategic employment allocation at Junction 12 has no flooding issues.
Thank you. Just bear with me, I'm just making a note. Okay, Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I seek your guidance, really. I would like to talk about site selection, but also touch on what the MP was discussing earlier on with some of the frustration, should we say, of people that have been involved in this process. I don't represent as many people as her, but I do represent 6,000 people. And I would like, if possible, an opportunity at some stage with your guidance to talk on that.
In what sense? Because we did have a discussion on legal compliance, which included discussion on consultation matters as part of matter 1.
Well, it's more to do with the site selection and the comments that have been put forward both by residents and groups, but also some of the information that's contained in the documents in the library, and the fact that many residents and groups would believe that they have been overlooked or ignored in terms of the site selection.
Well, we can certainly have a discussion of that, because I want to finish or sort of move away from the flood side of things in a minute. That's why I wanted to ensure that we had that discussion first, but I'm more than happy to have a discussion on other aspects of the site selection, so we can do that. Do you want to raise your concerns about that now? Just before you do that, I just wanted to just ensure, is there anything anybody else wants to raise, particularly in relation to flooding and flood risk and the council's approach in terms of the site selection methodology for that? Just before we move on. No, okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Jones, if you
Thank
want
you,
to bring in your comments. Thank you.
Okay, you mentioned earlier on that inevitably it's difficult to avoid mentioning sites as examples, and I will do that with your permission, but I'll try and be brief. Obviously, as a district councillor, I attend lots of parish councils and host surgeries and mix with people, and I pick up their views, and a common theme is that their comments are not recognised in terms of the site selection. They feel that any valid comments they make are overlooked or just continually challenged. And if you refer to the examination library, document EB79, which is the sustainability appraisal produced by LUC, Land Use Consultants, page 133, paragraph 6.83, it reads, the delivery policies could include the requirement for residential development not to be sited in close proximity to unsuitable neighbouring uses, such as waste management facilities, the strategic road network or rail lines, which might otherwise have impacts on residential amenity of the new development. Well, as an example, if you look at PS37 at Wislow, the nearest waste management facility is nearly 300 metres away, but the M5 looms over the site, not in a cutting, it's actually above the site, and you've got the main Bristol-Gloucester Railway. And if you add the issues with minerals, archaeology, flooding that we've just discussed, and that's not a theoretical thing for Slimbridge, it actually happens, it's an ongoing issue which Stroud District Council and GCC are still trying to deal with. Coalescence, which we've mentioned, and BMV. I won't go into that in detail because you conducted quite a long discussion on that, but we agreed it's over 80% of that site is BMV. And the response that we got from the strategic planners, an objective response I would suggest would have been just to acknowledge that that is a challenge. But instead of that, the response we got, and this residents would have seen this, was that some other sites have BMV as well. Well, they do. There are one or two that have got little pockets of it. PS3024, I think, has a larger bit, but not 80%. But as I say, just to suggest that other sites have it and therefore it's irrelevant, that isn't a balanced response in my view. They should have at least accepted it's a challenge. And just as another example on site selection, Sharpness, PS36. I've been engaged with this for a long time. Since I've been a councillor, it's been promoted, I think, for over 30 years, probably. I haven't been a councillor for that long, but since I've been involved, it has been coming back and forward to council. And as it's gone along, the location is clearly a bit of a challenge, and the rail line has it received increasing importance, and it evolved to become at one stage almost an essential component, was the feeling that I was getting. It's been challenged, and obviously we've had the report recently that you've accepted into the library, Rep 904, which is pretty damning, I thought, in reading it as a layperson. And now I note the rail link has moved from being essential to a nice to have. I spoke with the previous incumbent of the strategic director of strategic planning at Stroud before Mr. Russell took over. And he said in all the years that Sharpness has been promoted, sustainability has always been the reason it hasn't gone forward. Well, nothing has changed. The location hasn't changed. It's just the bar has got higher with regard to sustainability. So residents are slightly surprised that the concerns they put forward with regard to that have not been recognised. And the contested 15% modal shift for 2,400 houses, which is nearly over 6,000. I'm going to have to stop my video and start it again. I'm sorry, it's going funny. There we go. There will still be nearly 5,000 people needing to travel, and from a remote location like Sharpness, residents are supplied.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We are repeating what's been said in the Sharpness section. So I don't want to have a discussion about the soundness of the Sharpness and the Wislow new settlements. That's not what this session is about. I understand the point that you're making. The point that you're making is that people's comments and people's evidence that has been submitted hasn't been taken into account as part of the site selection methodology. So I will obviously the council will have an opportunity to respond on that, but I don't want to get into a discussion about the particular merits of the case. I am aware that I've got Mr. Fong in the room in relation to, so he can talk about Sharpness in relation to the site selection methodology, but I haven't necessarily got the representatives for the Wislow site in the room. So it would be unfair to have a discussion about particular sites. Using a site as an example to make a point about the methodology that's been used, that's fine, but not to discuss the merits of whether a site itself is sound or not. So if you can just make sure that your points are very much about, let's look at the site selection methodology. Is the approach that the council's taken in terms of the site selection methodology, is it in accordance with national policy, and does it follow the PPG, the planning practice guidance? And if not, I just need to know what is missing. So I hear your point about people have said what's missing or what hasn't been taken into account. And we've had that discussion in relation to to some of the new settlements. I know we're continuing that discussion on another day, date to be confirmed yet. So is there anything else you want to say with that caveat?
I will conclude then, Ma'am, with Sharpness. I won't go in. I was going to talk about the employment land that hasn't been taken up. There's been various different reasons.
We did have a discussion. Yeah,
so I won't go into that. I would just conclude then, if I could. I know Mr. Fong has got his hand up, so I expect to be torn to shreds. But the promoters, quite rightly, they will continually present the positives of their site. I fully understand that. That's perfectly reasonable. But I would ask that the planners should understand and recognise the strengths and weaknesses. And the people that I represent don't believe that has happened. And I think it's been very clearly demonstrated in the years leading up to this point, but also in this examination. Over the last 3 months, we have seen the planners. I just mentioned the BMV argument. That seems to me just a sensible thing that they recognise that. I
will be coming back. I have some questions to ask about BMV in relation to site selection.
I mean, that was
just bear with me on that. I will be raising that. The planners, they're not the promoters, and yet if somebody had watched this, they would have struggled to put a cigarette paper between them. So I've asked that strengths and weaknesses are recognised. We rely on you, and I've watched you, and I'm very impressed with the way things have dealt with, because you don't let people off the hook. So I appreciate that. But residents do feel that the council are not representing the negatives as well as the positives of their preferred sites. And I'll call a halt to it there, ma'am. And thank you for your indulgence. Thank you, Councillor Jones. And I fully understand. And over the next couple of weeks, when we're dealing with the other site allocations, and then obviously we will be coming back to Sharpness and Wislow at a future time as well, hopefully over the next few weeks. We will, those discussions will continue, and I fully understand. It's been made perfectly clear from actually day one, in terms of when we started this examination with Matter 1, that there are frustrations and concerns within the local community about comments, etc., not being taken on board. Now, I obviously have to look at both sides of the arguments. There are always two sides, if not 3 or 4, depending on who you speak to. So thank you for your comments on that. I just want to ensure that we don't start. I'm going to let Mr. Fong come in, because he's quite rightly, he's in the session, and he quite rightly has a right to respond, just to ensure that I understand from his perspective whether there are any issues with the site selection methodology, and I will come back to that. That's what we're here to discuss now. So thank you, Councillor Jones. Mr. Fong, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I certainly won't drag this room into Sharpness, because I'm sure not many would be grateful. But if we keep it to the spatial strategy, then the point that I will come back on is clearly there has been an evolution of time and policy. And that evolution of time and policy has dictated a new search for future growth. And I think you heard Mr. Russell say at the beginning of Matter 2 that Clearly, the 7 corridor, and bearing in mind there is an east-west divide with the AONB sitting firmly in the east, the site selection was for the number of the amount of development that he was looking to achieve was put in the least constrained areas, and Sharpness was one of those. I shan't go into the train, Ma'am. We will have a further detailed discussion on that in due course. And I'll just mention that Mr. Russell's previous incumbent did and does live in Sharpness area, and I'm sure that had nothing to do with his previous decision making, Ma'am. Thank you. You are on mute, Ma'am.
I'm on. I know I'm on mute. I've just noticed. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Mr. Russell, please.
Thank you. I don't intend to go back to rebut all the points that Councillor Hayden-Jones made. I will come back on a few though. Firstly, and I think it was also raised by our MP that the comments have not been recognised or taken into account. Well, I think if you look through our public consultation reports, you'll see that we fed back to all the responses, initially through themes and then more explicitly later on with point-by-point responses. We've also responded to all of the comments made at the Reg 19 stage. So to suggest that we've somehow ignored them, we've taken them into account. Now, there's a difference between taking them into account and agreeing with them. And clearly, we haven't agreed with a lot of the comments that that Councillor Hayden-Jones has referred to, but that's the nature of planning. There is inevitably there are conflicting views on the use of land. We have a pressing housing problem in this country, and we are trying to solve it. We're not trying to delay the plan. We're not trying to look for get-outs in terms of the new planning system. We're trying to deliver it now, and we were told by the Chief Planning Officer during the process, and particularly during COVID, that we needed to get on and deliver our plan. And the new system has, obviously it's not confirmed yet, but the new system has extensive transitional arrangements to allow councils like us who are grasping the nettle and trying to deliver according to our housing objectives, transitional arrangements to ensure that these plans can come forward in a timely manner. So we're trying to do that. We recognise that it's a long process. We recognise it's a complex process, and we recognise that it needs to involve views of all parties. But we believe that we have carried out a comprehensive consultation, and we've reported back on the views we've received and how we intended to deal with them. In terms of the specific matters of site selection, Councillor Hayden-Jones will acknowledge, I hope, that we have gone through a very exhaustive SALA process, where at every stage in the plan making process, we invited new sites to be put forward so that we could assess them. The assessment process has included landscape, heritage and accessibility studies, which have specifically assessed all of the sites in a neutral manner. He will hopefully also acknowledge that with our county and neighbouring authorities as partners, we've also carried out a comprehensive assessment of strategic options for development across Gloucestershire, which include, for example, looking at minerals issues, looked at agricultural land quality, looked at a whole series of transport related and accessibility issues as well. So to say we haven't carried out that work in a comprehensive manner, covering the whole district is simply not true. Now, the issue about recognising that best and most versatile land is a constraint. I'm sorry, Councillor Jones, your comments were not true. I said in a session, which is still recorded, that it is a constraint. It is, my view is it's not a primary constraint. It's not a showstopper. It is a secondary constraint. It is a constraint. We acknowledge that. However, it does not prevent in itself development from coming forward. It is one of a number of planning matters that need to be balanced. We need to look at the overall objectives, national policy, objectives of the plan, and we need to consider all sites within that context. Now, I am a little concerned, I have to say, I haven't raised any procedural matters, but I am a little concerned that we've had Councillor Hayden-Jones referring to location of Sharpness. Now, it's a shame this is a sort of postponed session, because if it had been on the same day, Councillor Hayden-Jones would have known that I spoke for about half an hour on why we selected Sharpness and Wislow in terms of new settlements and how we took into account. Yes, I'm just saying that I've dealt with that.
I'm not
I've
expecting
also,
you to respond, because obviously
yes,
Councillor Jones can watch that session back.
I think the point I just wanted to make, that we've had sessions this morning, questions around flood risk at Wislow, we've had questions of rail at Sharpness. We've dealt with those issues. Obviously the inspector is able to reopen sessions if you feel that you need further information. But I am a little concerned. I just want to note this now, that we seem to be reopening matters that we've already had sessions on, and I am concerned as a council officer that we want to make good, timely progress with this examination. Thank you.
I agree. So thank you, Mr. Russell. I do agree with you on that, which is why I am trying to ensure that there isn't repetition. We're not here to discuss the soundness of site allocations. All I want to hear from people is any issues that they have in relation to the site selection process, but we will be moving on. It has been raised about the issue of agricultural land. Now, that was raised in relation to last week. I would like to just confirm on the back of that, having thought about the issue, do we have a plan that shows us, and I know you did set out which site, you did tell me which sites do have BMV, or do have an element of BMV. I think there's 3 sites, aren't there? So is it 3 sites I think you mentioned? And I recognise that Wislow, dread to mention that name, because but obviously the new settlements are going to be mentioned most, because they're the most, you can argue that they're the most significant, because they're the largest development sites. Is there a plan that sets out the proportion of BMV within the district that also includes the that's superimposed with the site allocations on them? Is that, I know you've got the Natural England ALC, haven't you, the agricultural land classification, but is there a plan that shows that? I can't remember if I've seen that or not.
So if I can assist, the strategic assessment of land in Gloucestershire study that I referred to, that does have agricultural land, those government maps of the indicative agricultural land quality identified in that assessment. Now, that doesn't superimpose the sites that you're considering. So we could prepare a document that would achieve that. Now, the only caveat with that is obviously when you get to best and most versatile land grade 3, it can either be grade 3A, which is best and most, or it can be 3B, which isn't. Now, that the only way we can map that is by adding the site-specific assessments that, in many cases, the promoters have carried out. So I know, for example, Wislow and Sharpness that we've had studies. So it would be difficult for us to prepare a map which showed the division between 3A and 3B across the district. Just in terms of the point, I mentioned in the session there were 3 sites. I think there are 1 or 2 additional smaller sites. So I think, again, to try and short circuit, as it were, this conversation, if we send you a note with our understanding of which sites are covered by which agricultural land designations on, and if you wish to have a map, we can prepare that, but as I said, with the caveat that grade 3 won't be shown split.
I recognise that. It's always been a bit of a bane, that one, that the classification is a 3, but it doesn't determine between, it doesn't have a distinction between 3A and 3B in terms of any map, so which is a bit of a pain, but that's the process that we've got. It would also be helpful to understand the, because I recognise the percentage loss of BMV, with the caveat that you may not quite, with the 3A and the 3B, you may not be able to quite work that out. Just we understand that would be a best estimate. You would know your grade 1, grade 2, but you wouldn't know the grade 3 necessarily, unless, as you said, you refer back to any developer or landowner studies that have been carried out. If you could look at that, I think that would be helpful to us to understand that. And also in terms of the site selection process, reference has been made, because it's quite the approach that you've taken and the evidence that you've provided, all of the different documents, and that is very is pretty detailed. To be fair, it's very detailed in some aspects, but where does the agricultural land element come in? Because I know it obviously is referenced in the essay, and it's referenced in the I'm trying to understand where it's referenced in the SALA. What element, where does that come in which part? Because there's a lot mentioned about landscape sensitivity, there's a lot mentioned about other aspects that have been taken into account. So again, you don't necessarily have to give me an answer now. That can be as part of your note to just say how that has come into play.
Yes, we're very happy to do that note for you. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can just set out the extent. So just to clarify, so it's the extent of BMV within the district, because I understand you've got obviously other classifications. So that would be useful, because I'm not quite clear how much BMV you've got within the entire district. And then the percentage loss would come from that then, obviously, in relation to the proposed site allocations. Thank you. That'd be really useful. If we could have that, last week we gave a deadline of I
think the 25th of May was the deadline.
We did, yes. I know we gave the 19th, but that was for the note for the SRN and the next steps in relation to strategic road network issues. So yes, if you can do it by the 25th, that would be really helpful. Thank you. I think that's actually quite a useful place to just stop for now and take a break. So can we be back at 11:30, please? And we'll continue. I'd like to move on to other aspects in terms of site selection methodology, if there's anything else. If not, then we will be moving on, looking at the continuation of our discussion on settlement hierarchy. So, Ms. Clare.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to understand, would you like the Environment Agency to stay on for the rest of this session, or do you need me?
Well, before we go, are there any other comments anybody wants to raise in relation to flooding? I wasn't going to come back to the flooding issues. So if there's no other comments, then you may be able to go now rather than hang around for the break and then come back and then find out you're not needed. So are there any other comments that anybody wants to make at this stage? No. Okay. So I think you're safe. You're safe to go, Ms. Clare. So thank you very much for your contributions. I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. If everybody can be back at 11:30 then, please. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll start back. I know that was a relatively short break. Other aspects, I want to try and conclude on the site selection methodology as quickly as possible now, because I would like to move on to the settlement hierarchy, like I said before we had the break. Mr. Partridge, I know that you've raised a concern about the site selection process not having taken commercial viability into account.
Yeah.
Can you just expand on that? What's your particular concern as regards that?
It's not uncommon in strategic residential allocations to have a bolt-on employment piece of land to make the residential allocation appear to be sustainable. The difficulty is, and it's demonstrated in Stroud, that where this has happened previously, those bolt-on employment allocations have remained vacant. That's in our evidence. And the problem that causes is that the MPPF looks for employment uses for economic growth, not simply to allocate land and call it employment land. So if the land isn't in the right location, principally, it won't lead to economic growth. So factors of commerciality for suitable employment land don't seem to be taken into account. And a lot of the employment land has simply followed where the residential uses are going. And it's not so much a concern about having employment uses within those locations, but it's the reliance on the overall supply to generate the economic growth and the jobs from those employment sites, and which would effectively exclude more suitable employment land coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. Partridge. Mr. Russell, your response, please.
Thank you. I think there's 2 points to make here. First of all, have we considered the market when assessing the locations for future employment? Yes, we have. The economic needs assessment before you has some extensive sections which talk about the existing and the future commercial markets, includes a range of consultations with G1 LEP and various agents representing commercial developers. And that economic needs assessment to sort of précis essentially says that there are a number of markets within the Stroud district, Junction 12, Stonehouse, Cam, Sharpness, included within those markets. So we have had regard to the MPPF and the reference to identifying suitable land for certain sectors, and we considered the commercial market in terms of the views of the market. To a lesser extent, we've also done that with the employment land review, focusing more on the quality and quantity of existing employment areas and the views of consultants on the allocations coming forward. So I'm not going to deal with individual sites. I'm sure you'd stop me if I started to, but we believe we've got a very, very good evidence base to support the employment allocations in the plan. The second point I wanted to make was, of course, the employment supply is based in two discrete types of allocations. There are specific employment allocations, and there are employment employment parts of urban extensions or new settlements in order to achieve sustainable communities. So, I believe that the plan achieves both of those, but delivers both of those types of sites. In terms of the issue which Mr. Partridge raised about take-up, I just wanted to sort of, I've had a bit more time to consider that. And I mean, just as an example, Great Albury, which is Wester Stonehouse, an existing allocated site, a large housing and employment mixed-use allocation. We always envisaged that the first phases coming forward would be housing, and that would, but we phased the development to ensure that employment land came forward, you know, in a timely manner, and that's actually taking place. We've now got service land, and indeed in some cases new occupiers coming onto land at Great Albury and going through the more detailed planning process. So in terms of large urban extensions with an element of employment, then there's an example of a site that's coming forward. The existing site at Cam, Northeast Cam, now the reason there's a history there, which I won't go into great detail, but essentially the strategy of the adopted plan was to bring forward housing which would support the viability and development and bring forward that employment land. And again, that is happening. We've got the first phases of housing which are now up and running at Northeast Cam, and we've had detailed reserve matters applications on the employment and the access and improving the accessibility for the employment land. So that's coming forward as well. I would also draw your attention to the current planning application, which I'm sure Mr. Fong may wish to reference, PS20. So this is the eco park, which doesn't include housing. This is essentially an employment with a stadium and other commercial uses associated with it, and that's in front of us now, in front of my development management colleagues, in terms of the detailed planning application, which obviously once we get through the examination process, we would be looking to determine and obviously and deliver that. So and the final point I just wanted to make, so that we don't lose sight of this, is that Mr. Partridge is working for Tritax Symmetry, and we've allocated the site for Tritax Symmetry to deliver employment land. So, you know, with great respect, I would hope that he is ultimately supportive of the plan and bringing forward in a timely manner that employment. Thank you.
Well, again, let's not get down to specifics, because this is about the process that's been followed. We have sessions again over the next couple of weeks looking at site allocations, including the employment allocations, and we also have the employment land provision future session, which will look at the deliverability and viability of sites from an employment perspective. So I certainly don't want to have those discussions now. Mr. Partridge's point was how much or how has commercial viability been taken into account as part of the site allocation process, and you've given a response on that. So I think we'll leave that there. I've got Mr. Fong and Mr. Partridge. I'll bring Mr. Partridge back in, and then I'll go to Mr. Fong and then come back to Mr. Russell. You're on mute, Mr. Partridge.
Thank you, ma'am. In terms of the evidence used, I think my fallback is the existence of similar sites nearby to these allocations, and these similar sites were allocated in 2005 and 2015. And the evidence, therefore, is that the market isn't interested in these sites, and allocating more land nearby of a similar quality and location relative to markets and the strategic road network isn't going to change that situation. And I, in the comments regarding CAM, I can't believe that the council is deliberately holding back economic development to allow other uses to come forward. It can only be that there is no demand for that at the moment. The eco park, I've got no problem with that. It's located on a motorway junction. It's a great location for employment. and I think it's my concern is the balance between genuine, viable, commercially attractive employment land and employment land for sustainability. And I think if you look at the employment land in the district, you have the St Modwin's Park scheme at Junction 12, which is fully developed, the Javelin Park scheme adjacent, which is partly developed, and they're spec building the rest of it. So the employment sites in good locations are finding occupiers and having economic growth, whereas employment land away from the strategic road network, away from centres of population, are sitting there doing nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Partridge. As I said, we will have further discussions about the employment land allocations over the next couple of weeks as they come up, and
Yes.
I will be looking at deliverability of those. We've already had a discussion on that in relation to, or partial discussion on that in relation to the new settlements. And then, as I said, we'll be having a Matter 8 discussion in relation to employment land provision and the approach that the council's taken as a whole in terms of land supply. So it's certainly something that we'll be coming back to.
Yes, but my comments were in respect of the site selection methodology and commercial.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fong, please.
Ma'am, I did have some sympathy for Mr. Partridge for a moment, but his last comments, I think we depart quite radically. The site selection process has been thoroughly, very thoroughly tried and tested. Mr. Russell's mentioned the economics needs assessment as well as the district employment land review. All of those studies and the sites have then been tested by a third party through the Gloucestershire LEP. And I'm aware that they were thoroughly scrutinised by the construction and infrastructure group on the LEP to see whether they would actually deliver on their employment needs rather than just be token sites or space fillers, as Mr. Partridge says. And where I do have sympathy with them is that I know there are some local authorities that just try and fill the space where they can on employment land and don't look at the locational criteria. When you look at all the sites that have been allocated, firstly, I understand that Mr. Russell and his consultant team did speak to the promoters and the landowners, and speaking just briefly on my clients, they were all asked what their intentions were for the sites and how they would be delivered. So, for example, the Ecotricity site, we made it perfectly clear that we were looking at green energy related businesses, creating a hub for those and getting like-minded businesses together in a hub. And strangely, we then stuck a 5,000-seater stadium with it as well. But the other sites that he criticises, the CAM, the Wislows, the Sharpness, please remember that they're all within the growth corridor identified by the LEP, and they are there for a reason, because they do represent areas where the LEP feels that economic growth is strong. And it's very difficult, ma'am, to get a full understanding of this district and the dynamic, and indeed the employment of the county as a whole. But Stroud is full of very strong entrepreneurs and rich businesses that have developed well within the district. And for example, Renishaw PLC, it is developed in a small town called Wootton-under-Edge, and you would not put a top 500 UK business in Wootton-under-Edge, ma'am. But there is a 10-hectare allocation there, which is going to support its growth for the future. And that is of significant importance to the district, because that will support knowledge-intensive new green growth. And I say that with some authority, ma'am, because I'm about to submit an application for a new factory for a new product that is being developed and will be delivered in the UK, and it's a very unique product. So I think what I'm trying to say, ma'am, is you can take a strong degree of confidence that the employment sites that are allocated have been rigorously tested against the methodology, and that they will deliver good employment needs throughout the life of this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Fong. Mr. Partridge, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy hand, or is it something else you wanted to comment on?
No, sorry, it's not a legacy hand. As I said before, I have no issue with the eco park allocation. I think it's the right location for employment development on the motorway corridor. In terms of the methodology, I think obviously site promoters, when asked whether their sites will come forward, will say yes, they will come forward. And again, without, sorry to repeat myself, but the evidence we have in Stroud and elsewhere is that these sites have stayed vacant, having been allocated in 2005.
Thank you. I've got your point. Thank you. Are there any other comments on site selection methodology? Because I really would like to move on. Well, L&Q Estates, please. So, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'm mindful of your introduction to this session and the desire not to stray into individual sites, but it's very hard to decouple the one site points that I want to make from the spatial strategy, and they feel more comfortably that they sit within this session rather than going into the site-specific details of the safeguarding land. So if you're happy, I might just pick them up here, and then you can tell me whether you think that.
That's fine. Yes, please, Mr. Matthews.
Could I ask you, first of all, just to pick up the developing a preferred strategy document? It's EB 73. So this document sets out the kind of the workings, really, some of which are described in the topic paper, which I'll come on to shortly, around how the local authority developed their spatial strategy to inform the local plan. Originally, there were 4 spatial strategy options, as they characterise them, which were then consulted upon at that early stage. Or 5, I should say, but number 5 was alternative options. So primarily there were 4 in there which were considered. After that, we then can see on probably page 5 of that document, under the review of options March 2018, the first point there, that at that point, the council concluded that the Wadden site has been removed from options 1 and 4, where it originally was sat, as it is considered that the site may be needed to accommodate growth needs of Gloucester. And that's a separate process which has to be undertaken whatever the outcome of the spatial strategy. So at that point in time, March 2018, the Wadden site was excluded from the site selection process. And you can see how it has fallen away from both options 1 and 4 in tables 3 and 4, of which are appended to EB 73. Now, for the reasons which I won't go into any detail on, but are covered in my statement, we disagree that that should have happened at that point in time. If you pick up our statement, we covered the reasons why we think the site should have been retained from paragraph G onwards. But then, interestingly, if I can ask you to also look at the topic paper and EB9, which is obviously an important part of the evidence base informing this local plan. And in particular, paragraph 2.4.14 of that topic paper, because that provides the explanation from the council of what would happen to Wadden in the eventuality that it wasn't needed to meet the growth of Gloucester. And it explains in the second sentence of that paragraph that whilst the Whaddon site is remote from any Stroud district tier 1 to 3 settlements and does not generally conform with the emerging growth distribution strategy. Now, it then goes on to talk about Hardwicke, but those 2 points are obviously the reasons why Whaddon was then dismissed as a potential site to meet the needs of Stroud. Just very briefly on each of those, it is absolutely right that Whaddon is not adjacent to a tier 1 to 3 settlement within Stroud, but presumably the reason for the reference to proximity to a tier 1 to 3 settlement in Stroud is to ensure the sustainability of the location. Well, Whaddon is adjacent to Gloucester, which would be a considerably higher order of sustainability and settlement with far more services and facilities than any of the settlements within Stroud district. The second point is in relation to the conformity with the emerging growth strategy. And there, and just take you back to EB 73, as I explained earlier, the one site was actually identified within both options 1 and 4, the spatial strategy options. At that point,
sorry, Mr. Matthews, you're cutting out.
No,
so I'm struggling to hear you.
Should I? Do
you want to take your camera off and either try it again or just leave it off for now and see if that makes a difference to bandwidth?
Okay, it's probably for everyone's benefit, nonetheless.
Thank you.
There we go. Hopefully that would work. Yes, in EB 73, as I've explained earlier, Whaddon was previously identified in both options 1 and 4 of the spatial strategy options that were originally considered. And the subsequent SA assessment concluded that there ought to be a hybrid growth strategy of primarily option 1, but with a bit of option 4 coming in. So the site clearly sits within a spatial strategy, which is consistent with the council's evidence that nowhere have we seen any reasonable or justified explanation for why the site should have been excluded through the site selection process at such an early stage. I think returning to your precisely the wording of your question and whether that has rendered the site selection methodology unjustified, I think we would say that it does, Mum, because it has excluded a reasonable alternative without good reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll bring the other hands in and let the council respond on everybody's comments. So thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Mum. I take it you can hear me and see me all right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just conscious of the fact that this is about methodology, but I want to use, on behalf of Seven Homes and Avant Homes, their sites as an example of how the methodology hasn't quite worked. Obviously, with the Seven Homes site, that is an allocation. I will deal with that on matter 6G day for Frampton and Whitminster. And in the case of the Avant site, it's a site that was in the early state, that was provisionally identified to be allocated in the early stages of the local plan, and then subsequently dropped. So the issue I have with the methodology is essentially how a site can go through the methodology with a with a sort of clean bill of health from a technical standpoint with the evidence base that's assembled, and then subsequently get dropped by the council in the case of Avant, or reduced in allocation in the case of Frampton, to on the matter of historic impact on historic environment or impact on the AONB, when either in the case of the former, there's no evidence to suggest there is a historic impact, as we've made clearly in our submissions. And then in the case of the latter, how there is an actual evidence document. Now, if you look at the council's response to your question 28, Ma'am, conspicuous by its absence is reference to inquiry document EB38, which is an independent white consultant's report commissioned by the council for its own purposes of site allocation. That quite happily takes Avant's site through the process, gives it a clean bill of health from a landscape point of view, only for it to be dropped by the council for landscape reasons. My issue here is, and it's one of process. The decision should be supported by evidence. It's very clear what the framework says. The evidence the evidence base that the council is using clearly points in one particular direction, and it's not being followed through. And they don't have any counter evidence to support that particular decision. Thank you, Ma'am. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the document. Just bear with me. So document that's a 2019 assessment. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct, Ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Austin-Fell, please.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am. Like Mr. McLaughlin and like Mr. Matthews, I'm going to have to sort of navigate you a little bit through some sites to help understand the concerns that I have with the methodology, if that's okay. And it sort of exists really about how the process has been followed and the level of consistency that the council has applied. They've got a very, very helpful diagram actually on page 18 of their topic paper. That's document EB9, which sort of directs you to a flow chart. It actually reminds me of a sort of a water cycle flow chart that I used to remember from geography at A-level, but it shows you sort of how the council has taken the sites through the SALA process, how the council has then tested those sites through the methodology, and how the council has then applied the sustainability appraisal as a bit of a due diligence ready reckoner to understand how sustainable these sites are. Importantly, what this sort of tells us is that the sites follow through the SALA, taking on board a number of key evidence-based sources to get you through to the stage where they're filtered to be either acceptable for the strategy or unacceptable for the strategy. And we're taking through a number of key documents there, the SFRA, natural environment constraints, heritage and landscape sensitivity. I just wanted to alight on that particular point, Ma'am, for a measure of consistency, because whilst I note that the council has applied a very technocratic approach to their assessment, it is very thorough. There's a lot of evidence in it. The reliance on that evidence can only be sort of taken on board if it is done in a consistent and thorough way. And Ma'am, I'm minded to sort of take you to the council's evidence base on landscape sensitivity. The document here for your reference is EB36A, which is the part 2 document considering sites along the Amberley to Nailsworth location. And here we can see on page 176 of that document. It's actually 157, Ma'am, on the PDF, but it's 176.
Thank you. I was going to ask you for that.
Thank you. It's the assessment of landscape sensitivity around Kings and Leonard Stanley. And here we can see the magnitude of change that might be observed in this settlement with sites graded on their sensitivity. The one important omission, Ma'am, here from this assessment is that the sites that the council has taken forward for these two settlements aren't actually included in this assessment. So these are sites PS16 and PS42. And Ma'am, if I can just sort of, just for your reference here, I can just direct you to where these are considered in evidence. As part of the SALA, there's page 44 of EB20C and page 7 of EB21C. And the site assessments for those 2 sites proposed by the council clearly sort of indicate that the landscape sensitivity assessment hasn't been undertaken for these 2 sites. So it just seemed a little bit perverse, Ma'am, why these sites haven't been assessed within the council's own assessment, and how indeed it has navigated its way up those upper echelons of the SALA to be considered when it hasn't relied on full evidence base. That's my first point. My second point is actually how the sites have then been taken forward at a later stage. And I'm going to stay with King Stanley and Lender Stanley, if you don't mind, because I think it's helpful when you actually get into the detail. You
I think
you can start to measure some of those inconsistencies.
Sorry, Mr. Austin, we lost you for a bit. So
was I rambling on about landscape still, or have I moved on?
I'm not well, the last I heard was I'm going to stick with the Stanleys.
That's fine. I'm sticking with
it. So hopefully.
Thank you, Ma'am. I think you've got my point on the SALA, and then I'll see what Mr. Russell says in response to that. Just in terms of the process itself, it's how sites have been taken forward, and clearly this is a professional judgment of the council as to how they choose the most suitable sites. But one of the sort of omissions that I've noticed in the site selection process, evidence base relating to those allocations. So, for example, 2, as part of the sustainability appraisal, and this is there's a very big page number here. It's page 898 of CD 3B. This actually is a very helpful table, Ma'am. This is a table which sort of summarizes all the impacts of the sites. It sort of indicates here that site is suitable in part, but it has got recognized constraints on the site, and so should not be taken forward in full. So the council here
there is quite
can be presented.
Delay. Sorry, there is a significant delay when you're talking and you're pausing, as in your video is pausing. Do you want to just turn your video off?
Ma'am, it's Tim Partridge. Can I say, a lot of other people have got their videos on who aren't. That might be one of the issues. So if people turn their videos off when they're not talking.
It shouldn't be. It's usually where you are that affects the link.
Okay.
In terms of the broadband width and everything. So it depends on weather conditions and everything.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Sorry.
Okay, but absolutely, if other people want to turn their cameras off, that's absolutely fine. Mr. Austin Fell, if you want to continue.
Thank you, Ma'am, and hopefully that's now for everyone else's benefit now that the camera is gone.
We'll see. You're still pausing.
Just sort of coming back to that sort of the landscape sensitivity. My second point is how they've appraised sites more generally. And turning to page 8, you can see here as part of the justification of there's been acceptance that partially the site would not be suitable for development for a number of different uses, and only part of the site has then been taken forward. So the council is clearly giving thought to mitigation measures as part of their justification, and the council is clearly taking a planning decision about the extent of the site that can come forward. Now, turning to my client site, and I won't labour this, Ma'am, but on the sort of 2 pages preceding, on page 896 of that same document, it indicates that this site, whilst previously considered, has been discounted because it is too large for the settlement. So the council has clearly at some stage felt this site could be suitable for development, but has taken the view that it is too large and shouldn't be taken forward. Now, ma'am, to me, that strikes as a somewhat inconsistent process if the council are deciding that other sites can be reduced in scale, but have clearly not taken that view on my client's site where they've omitted it entirely. It would seem to me reasonable that if through applying planning judgment, the council could take a balanced view about the extent of sites that would come forward. So my point is an inconsistency in the process. I'll leave it there on those 2 points if that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, so your concerns are inconsistencies in the approach.
On that second point, yes, ma'am. On inconsistencies, my first point being that it hasn't that the SALA,
the sites in the plan hasn't taken into account, haven't gone through the same landscape sensitivity testing.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you've got the point.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Can I bring the council in to respond to the points that's been raised then, please?
Thank you, Inspector. I'm going to start just by picking up first of all, just dealing with Mr. Partridge's final comment around the proportion of employment sites that have been subject to, rigor in terms of commercial market testing. Again, without going into the details of the site, but I'm assuming Mr. Partridge supports Javelin Park, 27 hectares. He said he supports Eco Park, which is 10 hectares. Mr. Fong mentioned the Renishaw's extension, which is, as I said, an international company. So I'm assuming Mr. Partridge would support that. That's 10 hectares. And there's finally a 5 hectares, which is a Quedgley East extension. Again, that's adjacent to Mr. Partridge's site. So I'm assuming he understands that there's a good commercial justification for development to Junction 12. You top those 4 sites up, you get the council allocating 52 hectares of employment land at sites, locations that Mr. Partridge, I'm assuming, supports. That's out of a total allocation of 79 hectares, which obviously, as Mr. Fong eloquently mentioned, is relating to the new settlements and making sure that they're sustainable communities, and which are all within the growth corridor. So I would rebut Mr. Partridge's comments around site selection and employment. We've clearly identified a vast majority of the allocations in locations that he himself has acknowledged are suitable to the market. I'd like to then turn to Mr. McLaughlin's comment around the site at Dursley that he's representing his clients. He made references to, I think he said twice that the site has, quote, a clean bill of health. Well, unfortunately, the AONB board and Natural England objected to the site being potentially allocated at an early stage on landscape grounds, stating that the council had given insufficient regard to the great weight that should be attached to protecting the national landscapes, i.e. the AONB. It was precisely because we received those objections that we commissioned some further work from our consultants, EB38, which looked again at the issue. Now, if I can draw your attention to a couple of comments made in that document. The first comment that's made by our consultants is that the decision to allocate the site should take into account the appeal decision from 2015. Admittedly, a different site dynamics. I won't go into the detail of that, but we clearly have to have regard to the 2015 decision, where an appeal inspector dismissed a development in broadly the same location, although clearly there were differences in terms of the extent of the boundaries. And then secondly, I'd like to point to the end of the consultant's summary, where the consultant states that the development may be apparent from some locations within the AONB So very, very careful siting and arrangement of properties, including control of height, should be a feature of the site. Now, that's the additional evidence that we had to weigh up in terms of, were we giving due regard to the great weight that should be attached to the AONB, and in this case, the setting of the AONB. Now, in doing the site selection, you look at the site specifics, but then you also need to look at it within the context of the overall spatial strategy. Now, the overall spatial strategy identifies Cam and Dursley as essentially a conjoined settlement. It's a tier 1 settlement. So we need to look at the merit of this site with a potential impact on the AONB in terms of the setting, harm to the setting, subject obviously to detailed layout issues where our consultant identified a development could be accommodated there. You need to look at that in the context of the other allocations and the overall extent of development that we're proposing at Cam and Dursley as a tier 1 functioning settlement. And the council took the view, as is explained in the reasons why we ultimately rejected the site, that we considered that great weight should be given to the importance of the AONB, and that there were, and this is the crucial point, that there were more sequentially preferable sites in terms of having no or limited impact upon the AONB, and that ultimately is the reason why the site is excluded. So we reject entirely that A, the site has, quote, a clean bill of health, and B, that we have somehow not selected the site on the basis of being inconsistent with our approach. Ultimately, we have national designations, we have national policy, and we have to have regard to those issues. And we particularly have to have regard to the views of Natural England and the AONB board. So that's really all I want to say about that. My colleagues will come in on other points. I just want to make a general point that there's reference in various people have talked about inconsistencies. However, there's also been comments about it's not a science, it's a judgment. It's a judgment to be made. There's a balancing up. So one man's inconsistency is another man's treating a site on its merits and considering the various planning merits and the various considerations that have to be taken into account. We're not dealing with systems planning here, where you set out a series of constraints, press a button, and the answer comes out. There is an element of judgment here. We believe that we've taken the right balance, and we certainly consulted upon the sites as they've gone through the process to ensure that we've got the right decision in the end. And we carried out, as has been mentioned, an essay as essentially a sort of an overarching testing of our approach. So that's all I need to say. My colleagues will come in, I'm sure, on Whaddon and Cotswold Homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
If I could just address Mr. Matthews' point about Whaddon, I think we've had exactly this conversation in the first part of the previous session on matter 2. I remember there was a conversation about the merits or not of putting development on the edge of Gloucester and whether or not we've not regarded that as a sustainable location. And the answer to that is this is not a question purely of sustainability in terms of access to services and facilities. It's not about accessibility. If that were the answer, then most of our development would be happening on the Gloucester Fringe. The strategy is about a balance, and a key part of the strategy is meeting the needs of our existing settlements elsewhere in the district. So it's the Whaddon site clearly has excellent accessibility and sustainability credentials, but that's not the only reason. There are other reasons why we would look to put development at tier 1 to 3 settlements.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just come in on? I know my colleague will come in to address Cotswold Homes. I just wanted to make the point about you were taken to document EB 73 and the implication was that we had rejected Wadden at that stage. Not that that's in terms of that document. That's not factually correct. The sites that we selected for the purposes of testing the options, we excluded Wadden for the reasons that we've given, but we weren't rejecting Wadden as a site at that stage. We were simply removing it from a sample of sites which could deliver those particular options. So that's just a very important point. The document you were taken to was about testing the strategy options. It was not specifically about excluding sites at that stage. Just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Helen Johnston.
Did you say one of your other colleagues wanted to come in? Is it Ms. Johnston?
Hi, Helen Johnston, Planning Strategy. If I can address the points raised by Mr. Austin Fowl. So looking at the landscape sensitivity assessment for the Stanleys, so Leonard Stanley and King Stanley, the document he referenced, we commissioned right at the outset, as is set out in the topic paper, a landscape sensitivity assessment of all of our tier 1 to 3 most sustainable settlements, looking at the edge of those settlements, and if development was needed in accordance with the strategy, where it would be best located in terms of landscape sensitivity, given the high landscape constraints in the district. The fact that PS16 and PS42 allocations in the plan are not assessed in that is because those 2 parcels are actually now contained within the built development of King Stanley and Leonard Stanley. If you've been to the allocation sites, which you may well have been by now, and the landscape sensitivity looks at the parcels around the wider Leonard Stanley and King Stanley built development. Mr. Austin Fell raises that there were a number of site alternatives and in the essay, reasonable site alternatives to go through appraisal. 7, LEO 1 to 7 were promoted before the emerging strategy stage, and 2 sites, LEO 8 and 9, were promoted after that stage, or came into the assessment process after that stage. Of those 9 sites, 4 sites were identified as having some future potential, and the sites LEO 7 and LEO 9 that went on to become PS16 and PS42 were judged as the best of the sites identified as having future potential, and discrete sites better related to existing development at Leonard Stanley and King Stanley. The reference to LEO 8 being part of a wider site, LEO 4. So LEO 4, Land at Bath Road, was identified as having some future potential, but only on part of the site, the western part of the site. LEO 8 was actually the eastern part of the site that in landscape terms was considered important to retain in an open landscape setting. So I think that covers the points raised by Mr. Austin Fell.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Thank you. Okay, I've got 2 hands up. Then I'm going to come to the council. Then I'm going to move on from site selection methodology, because I do want to at least make a start on continuing our discussion on the settlement hierarchy before we break for lunch. So Mr. Partridge, please.
Thank you, ma'am. You have Tritax Symmetry's views on the employment sites in my hearing statement, so you don't have to assume things. In terms of the existing local plan, there are 45 hectares of land allocated in the existing local plan from 2015, which haven't been taken up. So that needs to be added on to the figures that Mr. Russell gave you. And again, all of that is contained in my hearing statement.
Thank you. Mr. Willetts, please.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Two very quick points. Firstly, Mr. Russell makes the point about it is not a simple scientific process to decide on allocations and that judgments have to be made. Yes, that is very reasonable. The issue for us as residents is that the judgments are made quite differently, and therefore we do not understand why those judgments are then made. The example for us is PS25, northeast of Cam, where the landscape assessment raised serious concerns about development on that site, and yet it's still going ahead with little acknowledgement from the council about that, versus the reason why the other allocation that was mentioned in Dursley was rejected. The second point is just one of reality. I understand, Inspector, why you're asking questions of process. As residents, we look at the result of that process. So Ms. Wally made the point about it's not just about access, it's not just about sustainability or whatever. It is also about a balance and meeting the needs of the local community. So why then is most of the people that are moving to the Box Road development in Dursley, in Cam, the Lister Estate development in Dursley and others, commuting out to Gloucester and Bristol? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willetts. Okay, I've got now got Ms. Hamilton-Foyne.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a quick point really on the employment land issues and following what Mr. Parker said, and it's all in our hearing statements anyway, but I don't feel that the site selection process has had enough regard to the employment land review, EB30, and I would just refer you to paragraph 715 and the summary paragraph 21. Thank you.
What do you mean by not had enough regard?
Well, I can't go into detail about it because I can't talk about emission sites, but if you read those paragraphs, you would see what I'm talking about.
Which paragraphs again?
Paragraph 715, 715 actually, and paragraph 21, Roman numbers 21 in EB30.
So paragraph 7.15.
Yes.
And
Roman numerals 21 in the summary of that same document.
Just bear with me because I'm going to have to bring the document up.
Apologies, could you repeat those references, Sarah? Thank you.
Yeah, paragraph 715 and Roman numerals 21.
Of the employment land review.
EB30, yeah.
Yes, it's on page 8, the
EB30,
21.
thank you.
Roman numerals, it's in the summary.
Yeah. And it's also included in the recommendations as well.
Let me have a look at
page 8, top of page 9.
Just bear with me while I have a look at the paragraphs, just in case I've got any queries in relation to those. Okay. Okay. I understand the point of you're making, and I know what the council's response is going to be. That it's a judgment. So, Mr. Russell, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Mr. Russell, but
well, actually, I wasn't going to say that. It's only that I haven't actually been able to find those references. Apologies.
One's on page 163 of the document, which is 7.15. It's 164 on the PDF version.
Sorry, EB30.
30, yeah.
Right, and then what page? Sorry,
it's 164 on the PDF. Is 715.
And then page 8 and page 9.
And then page 8 on the document. I'm not sure what the PDF is. That is.
It's page. I think it's page 9 on. It's this. It does run with the pages. Page 8 and 9.
It's in reference to Grove End Farm.
Right. Well, I suppose the issue, you are correct. It is a matter of judgment. There are, in our submissions around the employment land review, we've in our matters statement, we've quoted from the employment land review in terms of our preferred sites at Sharpness and Wislow. We've also talked about those sites being within the growth corridor, and we have also worked with the promoters to identify the extent to which they've engaged with the market in supporting the deliverability of those sites. So I don't consider that that we have rejected or ignored the views of the employment land review. I mean, in terms of the detail, we took you to some different references in the employment land review, which talked about the potential at Sharpness, for example. So so ultimately, it is a judgment call. We have evidence from this document that there is market interest and there is an interest in employment land at both Sharpness and Wislow. So there are other sites, and there are other sites within the growth corridor, and we understand that. But you have to, as I said earlier, you have to consider all of the factors when you're considering site selection. I mentioned in the first half of Matter 2 why we had picked Wislow and Sharpness over other emission sites. I did refer to, in our view, the importance of self-containment. I did mention accessing motorway junctions for housing being less able to achieve self-containment than sites that have a certain hinterland and aren't directly on the motorway junction. I think that was one of the points, but I won't labour the point. Obviously, we had a previous session on Matter 2 where I think I addressed those points. Sorry.
Okay. So from the council's perspective, you've taken on board what's set out in EB30.
Yes, we have. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, as part of the site selection process,
Yes,
from the council's perspective.
Absolutely.
I've heard other
indeed
elements. Yeah. Okay.
Can I just come back on Mr. Partridge? Yep. This will be my final comment, unless Mr. Partridge wants to raise any new issues. It's a simple point. We're not here to examine the existing local plan, and we have a future session on employment land supply. So you will obviously, no doubt, ask questions to ensure we've got a robust employment land supply at that session. I have mentioned particular examples of development coming forward at all of the strategic locations that are identified in terms of employment land, in terms of the strategy. So I really don't want to labour the point anymore on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hamilton-Foyne, you've still got your hand up. Is that because you've got another comment you wish to make? Oh, no. Okay,
that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fong.
Ma'am, Ms. Hamilton-Foyne is taking a very low-level swipe at Sharpness, which I've acknowledged, but I'm grateful for her drawing your attention to 715 because much to the disgust of Mr. Drover, it says that Sharpness is far from isolated from Gloucestershire and the Bristol markets, and the knowledge-based business park that would be the Gloucestershire Technology Park that's coming up as well. So actually, it just reinforces the point that Sharpness is a good employment location, and the Employment Land Review has picked that up. I am not going to hide behind the fact that they question the approach on the knowledge intensive element. But as I mentioned to you in matter 5, Mom, that is a matter we're in discussions with, and we are looking at a mixed use development for that site. So I am actually grateful
You did
to
reference that in matter 5, so
yes.
thank you.
So I'm grateful for the reference there.
Okay, thank you. What I am proposing to do is to finish the site selection methodology discussion. So we're not going to continue. What I would like to do is actually finish now, break now for lunch, because I think it's actually quite a decent break time. If we can be back at 1:30, we will then finish the rest of the questions, the rest of the MIQs and any queries that we've got in relation to the settlement hierarchy. And we will be looking at specific concerns that have been raised. Some of them have already been raised this morning, so we may not go back to those areas. Well, I certainly won't be going back to certain aspects. And there is an element of crossover that was bound to happen. So I'm not anticipating this afternoon going on for too long, but I think it would be prudent to, or it would be best, certainly from my perspective, to take the lunch break now. So if that's acceptable to everybody else, if everybody can be back at 1:30, please. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. If we can make a start back, please. So what I'd like to start on, although I don't want to spend much time on it, are questions 16 and 17 of our MIQs, which are in relation to the new settlements. So Sharpness, Wislow, plus the Huntsgrove extension. And I know that's part of the, or would form part of the existing committed site at Huntsgrove, that they're not set out within the settlement hierarchy. I don't want to have a discussion about that. I've got the evidence in front of me. It's the issue of how development proposals at those locations would be dealt with in relation to where policies reference the settlement hierarchy. So that was our particular reasoning behind that. Now, Council, you've responded back saying that allocate the development proposals at those sites would be dealt with by the site allocation policies, obviously, any other relevant policies, and that you don't see that there is a need to amend to any significant degree, but you have put forward in your statement some what you consider to be sort of minor wording changes that could sort of clarify in the supporting text how these settlements or any development coming forward on these settlements would be dealt with, to ensure that there is no I wouldn't say there would be any confusion, because it's very clear in the site allocations, but it's ensuring that all relevant policies would be taken into account, and there isn't a caveat in there because they're not set out within the settlement hierarchy. And then I do also want to ask the Council, if we were to request that they were included in the settlement hierarchy, what issues that would cause in terms of the plan. I'm not saying that we are going to request that, but or whether the approach that the Council is proposing, which is to amend the supporting text, will ensure that that is not an issue. There isn't a right or wrong answer to this, by the way. It's just, it's not, it must be in. I've dealt with different ways before, and it's about how any development proposals on those sites that come forward would be dealt with by any policies that specifically reference the settlement hierarchy, and how that can be. So it could just be, like the Council has suggested, some tweaking of wording in the supporting text that makes it clear that just because they're not in the settlement hierarchy doesn't mean that they won't be dealt with in an appropriate manner. So, Council, is there anything further you want to just say on that, on just what I've said? Do you think your approach to just amend a bit of the supporting text would clarify that?
Yeah, good afternoon, Inspector. I mean, I think the proposal we put forward at 2.16.17 of our statement, for us, seems like a fairly sort of pragmatic approach. It could help to simplify things and just avoid, you know, any potential confusion. I think we have had a discussion about the sort of pros and cons of including these new settlements within the hierarchy, and I think we're quite comfortable with the position that we've taken of not including them, and we've explained the reasons why we've gone down that route in our hearing statement. Looking at whether or not there would be merit to including them, I think, you know, possibly there could be an argument for including Wislow and Sharpness as anticipated in a similar way that Huntsgrove's it is, but we've explained why we haven't done that. But one potential pitfall would be if we were required to define a settlement development limit for these places, because as we've said in our statement, whilst we anticipate that they're going to one day meet the description and role and function of tier 2 and a tier 3A settlement, until they are built out and begin to function in that way, that they don't exist. And the red line that defines the site allocation wouldn't necessarily correspond with a future settlement development limit, because we don't know at this point where there might be large areas of green space and that sort of thing. So I think we're really happy to make some tweaks, textual tweaks where you think it would be appropriate and helpful. But for us, I think that red line is a red line.
Metaphorically.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, no, I fully understand that with new settlements, just an allocation doesn't have to be the planning application boundary, and it also doesn't have to be actually this is the defining settlement boundary, because that will be determined at a later date. So I fully understand that. Obviously, the allocation boundary is important to understand the context and the availability of the land, etc. And I recognise the difference that you've taken with Hunts Grove, and you set out why you think that it's acceptable to do a different approach for Hunts Grove, because it is slightly different. Could you then look at the supporting text? So it could be you need to not just look in the supporting text in the settlement hierarchy section with CP3, but it could be that you need to look with the site allocation policies as well, and just see whether just some form of it could be you can just do it in one place, and then it just makes it clear. So maybe in reference to CP3, it may be better to do it there rather than being repetitious. But I'll leave you to have a look at that. And if you can just add that to the list of the draft potential list of modifications.
Certainly.
Okay. And then if I'll have a think about it, but if myself, my colleague decide to go down a different route, we'll let you know on that. But I don't think we necessarily have an issue with the approach that you're taking if you make it clear in the supporting text. Okay.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any queries or questions in relation to 16 and 17? Because that's literally all I was going to ask on those. No. Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have any comments they wish to make in relation to our MIQ question 18, which is about implications of the larger strategic allocations on existing settlements and their place within the hierarchy, within the settlement hierarchy? I'm not proposing to have a big discussion on this. We have partly discussed this as part of the spatial strategy discussion that we had back in March, because it was referenced about the location of the strategic site allocations, particularly the larger ones, and the implications for adjacent or nearby settlements, etc., and the implications of that. So that was partly discussed back then. I've got obviously the council's response and other people's responses to our MIQs on that matter. Anything anybody wants to raise in particular? Nope. Okay. And I've got no further questions or queries that I want to raise in relation to question 19, unless there is somebody who has a query. Mr. Davis, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just very briefly, I know we're trying to avoid specifics, but we mentioned previously on.
Mr. Davis, go on.
Yeah. You know, one of our concerns has been this impact of urban sprawl, of Dursley joining with Cam going out. Through,
yes, you've raised that, yeah.
So that's just our concern. So you've got that previously. I've just taken the opportunity to repeat it.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Does council want to respond on that point? Mr. Davis is right now. Okay. Thank you. We have had a discussion on that, and I'm sure we will have further discussions on it as we start to go through the site allocations. So that's why I think it's maybe more relevant when we deal with each individual site allocation, if it's necessary to have a discussion on that. Okay. So let's turn then to question 20, which is about the settlement development limits. And I know there are, or there certainly were this morning. I'm not sure if, yes, I think most people are still here this morning, from this morning, aren't they? Yes. Just looking at my participant list. Now, a number of representations were made about it. So first of all, the first question that we asked was about is it clear how settlement development limits have been defined, how the council has brought those forward. Also, is it clear where SDL has changed, settlement development limits have changed, and why that was necessary to do. Also ask a question about committed development sites and whether they should or shouldn't be included. These are the ones that are uncompleted. So they're either under construction or, and it also includes the proposed site allocations as well. And I think this may come to the issue that Ms. Wally pointed out, that it's not necessarily known now what the settlement development limit could be. Therefore, until a site is built out, then the settlement development limit it would be inappropriate to change that. Now, I'm putting words into the council's mouth there, which I don't mean to do that, but I'm just want to ensure that everybody understands that our point there was, again, about the issue of, well, if a site is allocated or if it's a committed site and it's coming forward as planned growth within the plan period, and should it be within defined settlement limits, if possible, understanding the issues relating to the new settlements. That's maybe a slightly different issue there. Does having these sites in a different, not within settlement development limits, cause issues in terms of bringing those sites forward when determining planning applications for a decision maker? So that was our sort of, so we just asked for some clarification on that. And then a number of representations have suggested that actually some changes should be made to the SDL for various reasons. And we asked a question about that to the council to go through the representations and to actually look at those suggestions to see whether any of them had merit, and whether in relation to, and I don't mean about bringing in emission sites into the settlement development area. This is about whether the settlement the SDL is effective and is justified. So it's not about just everybody deciding actually we want it drawn around this, because that could be a nice area of land to develop on. It's about do the SDL follow appropriate physical features, etc. Are they defensible, and so forth, which is the norm when dealing with settlement development limits and so forth. So I know that there are a couple of people in the meeting today who have put forward suggested changes. I suppose what I'd like to start with is because I think it would just be helpful if the council can just summarise, because what I don't want is a long discussion about the merits of every single piece of settlement development limit, because we'll be here until probably next year if we do that. So we certainly don't want to do that. But what I want to try and understand is the council's thought process at looking at the SDL. And I know you set it out in your statement, but it'd be nice to just go through it, or it'd be useful to me, I think, to go through it to understand, because I think some representations have suggested that it's just been moved from the old plan and just been sort of plonked into this plan. Now, that's not quite the case, because obviously some changes have occurred. So that can't be the case. So could the council just first start off by just summarising the process of how they have justified the SDL that they've put forward in this plan?
Thank you, Inspector. As you say, we have explained the process and the sort of stages that we went through in our hearing statement. That's in response to question 20. It explains the criteria that we use. So I think the idea that we simply carried through the existing SDL that's in our current local plan is not correct. We didn't do an extensive, so the whole approach to the settlement development limits wasn't revolutionary with this local plan review. We've carried through the same principles, the same broad strategic approach to why we would like to define settlement development limits, what they're for, and the kind of parameters that we used to look at them. So as you say, we haven't changed the approach to look for areas to expand into, for example, which would be tantamount to sort of allocating sites, really. It's still a case that the council's taken an approach of defining an edge to an existing settlement. So it's the point at which that settlement tangibly becomes rural, part of the rural countryside, as opposed to urban built up form. So it was a systematic review. Officers physically went and looked at potential areas where the settlement development could change. We asked at I believe every consultation stage for suggested SDL changes where people felt that we either overlooked them or they had an argument that it would be persuasive. So it was done in a kind of systematic process. The proposed changes are all set out in the appendix to the plan. Obviously, once the plan's adopted, I think that appendix will be removed, and they will simply form part of the policies map and part of the sort of settlement maps that we've got in the adopted plan. That's an assumption. So, I mean, I think, yeah, that's the key point. There was a systematic review. Each settlement development limit was looked at for each existing settlement. We asked for suggestions, looked at them within the sort of parameters of what we would like to achieve, as in sort of preventing sprawl, preventing coalescence where possible, and acknowledging where development has occurred and the physical edge of the settlement has changed. And I think, obviously the review ceased at a point in time, which was prior to the submission of the plan. So there will have been changes since then, which aren't reflected in our review. But that's the nature of the local plan review process.
So, in looking at the development limits, so obviously not all plans have development limits. You don't have to have them, but obviously this council does have them. In looking at the suggested changes. So you've made your own changes and you've set those out as to why you've made those changes. In terms of the suggested changes, focusing on sort of committed sites and allocated sites, again, the reasoning, and that's why I didn't want to put words into council's mouth earlier, but the reasoning behind why particularly committed sites, which obviously have got planning permission and are being built out, why some of those haven't been included within the settlement limits. Is there a particular reason for that as to why the council hasn't felt that necessary?
Really, I mean, because of the potential to change, through, if a site, say, has planning permission, but that doesn't come forward, and it could, another iteration, a different sort of plan could come forward and be permitted. That would be one reason why we wouldn't want to necessarily extend a settlement development limit, simply to acknowledge that a site has permission, that is a committed site. I suppose there is a difference between that and sites that have actually physically, broken ground and that they are being built out. I mean, the point is that it really hasn't been an issue in terms of development management up to this point, I'm aware of. Yeah, we're not. Yeah. I don't believe we're aware of any problems where the SDL has posed a particular problem with either sites that are committed or allocated. And that really it is just that sort of fundamental thing that we would like them to reflect physically what is there on the ground. My colleague has just reminded me that although I said that this was evolution, not revolution, so we've kept the same principles in the SDL review. We did actually look at initial issues and options stage at whether or not changing that approach could be a way of looking at how to manage growth. Oh, okay. So we did consult on that, but consultation responses and our sort of evidence and process, just we concluded that continuing with the current approach would be.
And again, I think we touched on this, and we're starting to head into other questions as well, which is in relation to the, just bear with me, I need to just get the plan in front of me, and it's just on my shelves over here, so just bear with me because I'll just get it. So yes, I suppose it's interlinked again with the discussion that we had as part of the spatial strategy and the decision to, and we're coming on to these other questions about, there's this buffer zone around the settlement limits, which is how it's sort of portrayed to a certain extent. I don't mean there's a physical buffer in relation to certain tiers being able to bring forward development on the outskirts of the settlement development limits. If it's, and I know you've got your restriction of 9 dwellings, but also if it meets local needs, etc. So and you've got your exception sites and stuff. So it's that, and I know there are representations being put forward saying, well, if that's the case, first of all, and I know we discussed this, or has certainly been raised before, if there is local need, then therefore it should be met anyway. So this is additional local needs. That's what you said previously. So this is if anything comes forward in terms of meeting any local needs. But because the council is going along with this approach of allowing, to a certain extent, within the criteria that are set, additional development on the outside of the SDL, does that mean that actually those SDL aren't effective then, as they currently are? I'm just trying to understand that reasoning as to why the council has defined very definitive settlement development limits, but then there's a get out clause, if you get my drift, if it's needed locally. But it's not just for exception sites. There could be something else that could come forward. So I'm just trying to understand, well, if it is then needed, and if these settlements do need to expand, why aren't sites included within the SDL, or the SDL have been, why haven't they been expanded to take that into account? That's what I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, if I can assist. So I think you're talking specifically, I think, around the DHC2 Sustainable Rural Communities policy. So if I can broadly summarise what we previously talked about, which was that we took a concentrated development approach. We looked at the main tier settlements. We've identified growth in those main tier settlements. We identified through the strategy options appraisal that disperse growth to very small settlements, i.e. the objectively assessed needs generally to those very small settlements was not sustainable. That was not the approach we wanted to take. However, and there were people in through the consultation process that were concerned that allowing no flexibility for individual justifications for identifying small levels of growth at very small settlements, which were not justified on the grounds generally of facilities and services, but were potentially justifiable on the basis of demographic changes required to achieve balanced communities, and obviously address points like local housing need in terms of affordable housing. So we felt that we wanted some flexibility. Now, when you have settlement development limits for very small settlements, it becomes very difficult to identify a potential windfall supply for those small settlements. At the large settlements, as our evidence demonstrates, there has been a consistent supply of small windfall sites coming forward through the plan period, which provides flexibility to meet additional needs as they come forward. In those very small settlements, because they are very small, you can and because they're tightly defined by the character and the existing urban form or the existing settlement form, there are very few opportunities to address windfall. Now, in the case of the Sustainable Rural Communities policy, therefore, we felt that then there was justification or potential justification based on our role and function study for some of those very small settlements where there were no opportunities for windfall to come forward within the settlement limits, to allow for a limited development to meet specific local needs. And we identify those in the policy and the supporting text around demographic needs. And we quote various types of development which could be appropriate in those locations. So I guess to answer your question, settlement development limits have been a very useful tool for planning the district to avoid urban sprawl, to reflect the character and maintain the character of existing settlements. And generally, they continue to provide opportunities for small windfall development. But in the very small settlements, which we don't think are appropriate to make allocations because they're not truly sustainable, we wanted to retain a little bit of flexibility if the evidence justifies it, to allow for some additional development, which could be market, not just affordable homes, could be market homes. And that's essentially our attempt to provide a little bit of flexibility as part of the hybrid strategy to allow for a little bit of dispersal and to reflect the needs of the rural communities. So hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
No, that was helpful. Thank you. Can I now just ask a question about, do all of the settlement development limits follow physical boundaries so that they are defensible? Because there are, and I'm not sure if they're here now, but there have been some representations made that some sites cut through gardens, or some of the boundaries cut through gardens. It doesn't quite make sense, or they don't follow physically defined defensible boundaries. So I don't know if anybody wants to actually bring in their example, their concern into this. But just from the council's perspective, are you content that from your perspective, the SDL are defined on physical or defensible boundaries?
That was the intention of the review, and as far as possible, as I'm aware, that is what has happened.
So in relation, yeah, because it's Ms. Millman, sorry, if I can bring in, because I know you're representing Mr. Peacey, aren't you? So yes. I'm just thinking of that way. If we take that one as an example, I'm sure there may be some others, but do you want to just tell me your concerns that your client has got in relation to how the settlement development limit has been set out?
Yes, so as you've kind of already summarised, the settlement development limit in this area, and the area being Woodman Cote and Dursley, the site is on the edge of the settlement. The settlement development limit cuts through the garden of my client's land, which is currently one house with a garden attached to it. And really, that's the key point. And the surrounding neighbouring properties, the settlement development limit clearly follows the edge of the residential curtilage, including residential gardens. And it's really a matter of consistency. In this location, it seems relatively inconsistent. And that really, the SDL in this location doesn't follow a defined feature at all. In fact, it's very difficult to identify where that SDL really does fall if you are looking at it on the ground. We've included images in our written representation.
Yes, I've got that in front of me. Yeah.
And so it's really a matter of if there was a development management matter, an application of some kind before an officer, would they be able to tell whether the application falls within the SDL or outside of it? I think as part of the council's response in their written representation to this matter, there was the suggestion that because the site partially falls within the AONB, they wanted to protect it. Well, the site would still fall partially within the AONB if the SDL was changed to include the residential curtilage, the garden of my client's land. You know, that wouldn't change, and that would still be a matter of consideration before any officer looking at any applications in the future. And really the kind of final point that I would make is evidence-based document 74, which is the review of settlement development limits, which was a discussion paper for a planning review panel, identifies 4 purposes of the settlement development limit, of which a change, as we're suggesting, to include the garden in this location would continue to meet. It doesn't go against those 4 purposes of the SDL. So to our mind, there isn't any reason for it to be excluded, and it looks very much like the line has been drawn on a map rather than looking at the physical feature.
So in terms of the, from your perspective, the effectiveness of the SDL in this location, you're concerned that it's not effective because it's actually hard to even determine where it is on the site?
Yes, that's correct.
Is the house included within the SDL?
It does appear to be, yes.
But appear to be. So
yeah.
you're not quite sure because you're not quite clear exactly where the line is drawn.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. If I can come back to the council on this point, and I know there are others that have been referenced as well.
Yeah.
Could you just clarify? And I know you have in your statement responded to this particular point. If you could just respond.
Yeah. The image in the I think there's an aerial photograph in Ms. Millman's statement. On our maps, on our GIS mapping, the line is much more clearly following the line of the driveway. It isn't ambiguously somewhere in the middle of it as it appears on that aerial photograph. And it follows a line that's appeared on mapping going back 20 years or so. So although it's not a boundary feature as such, it's not a fence or a building, the line of the driveway is quite a clearly defined feature on the ground. The AONB boundary, on the other hand, strangely does cut through the house itself. So it is much more kind of like ambiguously less detailed drawing of it. I mean, the boundary there, to our mind, follows the sort of transition from what feels like the house and a driveway to a much more open green space, and that open green space all falls within the AONB. In terms of how the line has been drawn around properties neighbouring to it, this particular house is quite different. It's quite a large property in its own grounds. Surrounding it, things are much more densely packed, and they all have rear boundaries that clearly sort of align with each other. So that it's the sort of transition is quite sharp. So there is a sort of area of ambiguity around it. But from our point of view, that line does follow a feature on our GIS mapping. It follows a feature on physical maps that has appeared for quite some years. And although it appears ambiguous on aerial photographs, that's it's not a true reflection of where the line goes in real life.
And does the line just, in terms of, obviously I've not been to this site, so and I'm not proposing to go there, but is the driveway, just the extent of the driveway, is it the entire length of the SDL in that location? As in, or does the driveway stop and then there is an area of SDL that cuts across just a portion of garden?
From memory,
from council's perspective, yeah.
Yeah, I think it runs pretty much the entire length, but I can check that. I can get that on our mapping. Now, if it doesn't, it's a matter of a metre or two, just skipping across from, the end of the driveway to the boundary in a straight line.
And from the council's perspective, what would be the council's concerns if if the SDL was changed in this location?
Well, really, what would be the purpose? I mean, the purpose would be to define the settlement where development could occur. At the moment, we believe that it defines the point at which the character of the settlement transitions from a built area, an edge, to more open countryside, which is AONB. It opens out into a funneled out piece of landscape. So that is a sort of pinch point transition.
But as you said, the AONB boundary is different. So
yeah, AONB boundary is
the site would still be in the AONB. So planning policies, if anything came forward on this site, then planning policies would still very much be on the basis of in relation to the AONB and the protection of the AONB.
It would, but the settlement development limit is not solely about the AONB. It is about that sort of point of transition and character. I mean,
So from a council's perspective, the SDL going along by the driveway is a perfectly adequate defensible boundary feature in that sense. Like you said, it's not a fence or whatever, but it's a line, because you can have defensible boundaries along road edges and they don't always have hedges or fencing or whatever. Sometimes they are open. So is the council's perspective that this has got a defensible boundary because it's along a driveway?
That is our perspective, yeah. Yeah.
Ms. Millman, is there anything else you want to add to what you've said?
I think all I would say is that the area surrounding the house and indeed the driveway that's been referenced is clearly a residential garden. It is well maintained, it is kept mown and short. Beyond the boundary of the garden, you then start to clearly see the area of countryside. I think it's an agricultural field which is beyond that. Which is obviously very different in character to what the garden is at this property. It is very clearly a residential garden. It isn't an opening into the countryside, and there is a well-defined boundary in the shape of a copper beech hedge that runs along the boundary. Again, I think that's shown in the written statement, which would really provide that certainty as to where that boundary falls.
If I may, I think really from our point of view, it's more a question of why would, what would be achieved by extending the boundary. From our point of view, it's a defensible feature on the ground. It's the driveway is conspicuously visible from a long way away. The additional piece of land in the garden is AONB, and it can be used as garden.
Said you may well ask the question why, but I'm not interested in why. I'm interested in the soundness of the SDL. So obviously I'm getting two sides here. One saying it's through the middle of the garden. You're saying that actually the line follows the driveway, and therefore it is defensible. I'm hearing obviously from the other side saying it's not defensible because it's going through the garden. So obviously we'll take that on board. Exactly why is almost irrelevant. It's about the defensibility and the justification and the effectiveness of the SDL. So that's absolutely fine. Okay, I've heard all I need to hear on that. So I'll leave that for now. Are there any other comments that anybody wants to raise in relation to SDL? Mr. Tyers, please.
Yes, thank you, Mum. So our point relates to question 20D. Are changes to settlement boundaries required for soundness? It relates specifically to the settlement development limit of Thrupp, which is grouped together with neighbouring Brinscombe for plan making purposes.
Yes.
So Thrupp's a sustainable and accessible Tier 3A settlement. We consider that settlement boundaries should be expanded to enable sufficient opportunities for windfall developments to come forward over the plan period. Of particular concern, Mum, is that there's a hollow in the settlement boundary for Thrupp. It excludes an area of land located between the A419 London Road and Thrupp Road. The land's known locally as Quarry Hill Farm. We submitted a map showing the location of this area within our hearing.
I've got that, yeah.
You got that? So the area in question is located amidst the built-up area of the village. It's surrounded by built development on all sides. It's not located in the AONB, and it's not subject to any known constraints or designations. So development in this area wouldn't expand the settlement into open countryside or result in urban sprawl. The area is also excluded from consideration in the council's landscape sensitivity assessment, which is presumably on the basis that it's located amidst the settlement built-up area rather than being open land on the edge of the settlement. It does have a sloping topography, but housing on slopes is characteristic of the area and shouldn't preclude new housing coming forward. So overall, ma'am, we consider this area to be a logical addition to the settlement boundary for Thrupp. It could accommodate appropriately sited new dwellings without adversely affecting the character and landscape setting of the settlement. And policy HC1 of the plans in place and provides suitable controls for preventing inappropriate forms of development coming forward. So finally, there doesn't appear to be anything in the council's evidence base to justify the exclusion of this area from the settlement boundary. So in conclusion, ma'am, we consider that the settlement boundary for Thrupp isn't appropriately justified, and this raises an issue of soundness. Thank you.
Has the settlement boundary always been as it's set in that location? So has it changed previously? Has it, you know, from your perspective, or it's probably a question to council, to be fair?
Yeah. As far as I'm aware, ma'am, it's been carried over from the previous local plan, but
okay. And does the existing boundary follow defensible boundaries?
It does and it doesn't. To the east, sorry, to the west even, it's located along the A419, and it appears to be located along garden boundaries to the east. So in that respect, it does follow defensible boundaries. The point is that it is effectively amidst the settlement, and it's surrounded by built development on all sides. So we don't see any specific purpose of excluding it from the settlement boundary. It is open land, and there are some trees in the area, but there are, you know, the development management systems in place to avoid any kind of harmful developments coming forward in that area, and to make sure that
I need to be careful that we're not talking about emission sites. So because you're talking about a particular site, I'm concerned about the effectiveness and and whether the SDL are justified. Now, you've had to give an example of a site to show why you consider this isn't justified and why you consider that the SDL isn't sound. So I will now just go to the council to consider why they consider that the existing approach is sound. So if I can just have council, so thank you for that. Council response?
Yeah, we think this is a case in point where the purpose of the settlement development limit is very, very clear. You know, the reason that the SDL has been drawn as it is because it marks a transition from the settlement to a more countryside feel. And whilst the Thrupp settlement development limit does adjoin Stroud settlement development limits, this piece of land is a really important sliver of land that gives a sense of separation between the two places. Although you know, the settlement sort of curves around it on both sides, from the point of view of the road travel towards Stroud, and from long range views from the escarpment on the from the valley side on the west of the valley, this piece of land is really important as a sort of rural break. It gives Thrupp breathing space. It avoids coalescence with Stroud. It's an attractive piece of landscape. It has strong character and allows the Thrupp lane, which is the settled area along the eastern side of the settlement, to have its own sense of containment and identity. So we think it's actually a really important, not omission from the settlement development limit, but it shouldn't be within the settlement development limit.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to add anything to the statements or representations that they've made in relation to settlement development limits? Okay, no. Right, thank you. We'll take that away then and have a look at that. If we move on to our other questions, which is in relation to, it's all really to do, it's still linked with SDL, but it's in relation to development sort of outside the development limits and the terminology that's used. And the reasoning for our questions was there was an element of inconsistency with some of the wording, different words used, adjoining, adjacent, in close proximity. There's all sorts of different words used. So we just wanted to ensure that it's clear, and we did touch on this in under Matter 2 in March. Whether it's absolutely clear to a decision maker, but also to anybody coming forward, that there isn't any form of confusion or contradiction there. So I know that Council, you've put forward some suggested changes, haven't you? So I'm looking at the wrong section. Yes, so you've put forward that you think there's some changes to your figure 3, which is obviously in relation to CP3, could be used, and some of the wording and terminology could be tightened up and and modified, so that could be throughout the plan. If it's all in relation to, I haven't had a discussion about MMs and how we like to see them set out, but if it's in relation to one topic, one issue, they can all be done under the same one. I like to do minimal main mods, so they all go under because it's a lot easier, and there's no point having lots of, it's easier for people to understand, is what I meant. So it doesn't matter where it fits. If it fits within, you can list them all under the same main mod, even though it may be a long main mod. Could you just then have a look at that? I said, no need to discuss the wording in that here. You've made it clear. You've recognised that actually there is an element of maybe inconsistency. So just to clarify that, and it's also the issue of I suppose, what does the council mean by adjacent? You know, there has been recent case law, hasn't there, where adjacent doesn't actually necessarily mean next to. So as you know, as long as the council is using the right terminology in how it will determine this when it comes to making decisions on any development proposals that come forward outside those SDLs. So if you can just have a look at that wording, please, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Has anybody got any questions or queries they want to raise? Mr. Taylor, please.
Good afternoon, Ma'am. Thank you. I think this is a question 21A point, but I wasn't sure, maybe if I should have brought it in perhaps a little bit earlier. But it's really in relation to development being required outside settlement development limits in relation to needs, housing needs. And you may recall from our discussions in March and the earlier part of this session, I raised EB 99, which is the local housing market model. We had a discussion at the time around the housing needs that had identified for the Cotswold cluster, which was about 193 dwellings. The simple point, and we make it in our representation, so I won't labour it too long, is that within the Cotswold cluster, there's one housing allocation, which I know we'll discuss in more detail next week. So that suggests to me that all the rest of the need, which this model has identified, is going to fall outside of the SDL, because the development limits are so tightly drawn, as we've been listening to in discussion during this afternoon, that they are necessarily going to drop outside of that, which suggests to me that a large amount of need is rather unplanned for an area which, by all accounts, does require new housing market and affordable. So I raise it now because I think we're in danger of perhaps losing sight of that rather important factor as we look at more specific site sort of details later. So thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Yes, we did have quite a discussion about that actually as part of the original March session. And again, I don't want the council to labour the points that they made that they made in March in response. I suppose the issue is whether the plan adequately deals with existing objectively assessed needs now, because these you're right that was a survey that was carried out for the area. The issue is obviously to do with the AONB, and it's the balance, isn't it, between the protection that needs to be accorded to, quite rightly, to the AONB, but also in meeting whatever needs are required. Council, anything further you want to add to what you said in March, or are you content with leaving it there?
I think we'd like to leave it there, really. The local housing model that was discussed was in the context of providing some more detailed information on a cluster basis. That was a criticism that the local housing needs assessment was on a district basis and hadn't identified those differences of distribution of needs. So we've included that. It's in our examination library, and we had a discussion around that. And I think I recall that we talked about, ultimately we meet the objectively assessed needs of the district in full, but not necessarily in the locations where the need arises. And we referred to.
You did say that you tried to find sites as well.
Exactly. Yes, I mean, obviously, allocating a site or identifying a policy approach, you need two things. You need the evidence of need, but you also need evidence of supply. And the supply issue is a challenging one in the AONB. However, given the discussion we're having, the context of which the discussion we're having today, which is more around the settlement hierarchy and the subsequent detailed delivery policies that provide some flexibility. In theory, there is some flexibility within the plan in terms of CP3 settlement limits, and then the CP15 and DHC2 that we talked about in terms of sustainable rural communities. So there remains flexibility there. But yes, it has been challenging to identify and allocate specific sites within the AONB.
Thank you. Are there any other queries in relation to CP3 and there's the figure 3 in relation to CP3 and how that's set out, taking on board what was said previously and the changes that the council's going to have a look at? It's going to tweak some of the wording to make it clear as to when development may be deemed to be acceptable if it meets the criteria. How would the council deal with if there was a need for larger number than 9 outside settlement development limits, and it was more appropriate for, say a development for 15 came forward because there was a need identified. It's an additional need compared to what's set out in the identified needs that are within the district. how would the council deal with that? Because obviously it would be above the 9 sort of limit that you've set. How, from a development management perspective, has that come up as an issue before, previously, or is it no, we deal with it based on local needs and whether having it all on one site is the most appropriate way of delivering that?
I mean, we haven't had that issue before, simply because this plan is intending to be slightly more flexible. So the current plan is very much black and white. It's you know, if you're in the settlement development limit, then you can achieve housing sites. If you're outside, unless you're specifically, you know, local exception sites or self-build or conversion of rural buildings, then essentially it's not permitted. We've had a healthy land supply, housing land supply, since 2013. So we have won countless appeals on precisely that point, where promoters have tried to argue that there is a local need, and essentially because of the adopted plan is taking a very concentrated growth approach, and we have a sufficient land supply, both in terms of allocations and a healthy windfall provision within settlement limits, then we haven't had that as a particular issue from a development management point of view. I think what we're trying to do here is give some more flexibility for rural communities, reflecting what the MPPF says, but not, you know, to use that sort of metaphor, you know, sort of shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. You know, we need to have robust criteria to prevent, frankly, it being abused. So the approach we've taken is the strategy allows for small scale development, and we've defined small scale, you know, essentially taking the national definition of 9 or less. What we have said is, and I know you may want to question this point, we've certainly hopefully answered it in the MIQs, is this 10% growth point. So we're not saying if we had one application for 9 dwellings, we approve it, that's it, drawbridge comes down, you know, that's goes up and that's it, you know, no more development. We said, you know, we're happy to accept small scale development, discrete development, but a number of if a number of those developments, if there is justification, but that, you know, we need to maintain we don't want, frankly, a small settlement that doesn't have a range of facilities through cumulative developments of 9 dwellings suddenly leading to a level of growth that's actually in excess of some of the settlements that do have a range of facilities and services to allow for some small scale growth. So we don't want that abused. So the 10% is essentially, and we reference our role and function study and looking at actual growth that's happened at some of the smaller settlements over I think it was over a 7-year period, and we've essentially identified that between 0 and 4% is that level of growth that's happened, and therefore over a 20-year period a sort of 10% would be slightly in excess of that level of growth. So it would provide some additional opportunities, but would not lead to settlements growing, you know, because let's just say we have an aging community, an aging population generally in the country, and there are certain villages that have in the district have aging populations, and we don't want to use that argument to argue that all small settlements should have you know, incremental growth. So we provided some flexibility, but there are tests in DHC 2, which, you know, no doubt we'll come on to in terms of the detail. But essentially, the test, the criteria are set out there. We've also got critically informed by the views of the local population in terms of the parish council. We do believe the neighbourhood plans and these new neighbourhood statements that are coming through the new planning system provide some justification for parish councils having a view on whether development is going to meet the needs of their settlements in you know, in those relatively small cases where we think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we'll be discussing DHC2 and other developments. That's much further down the line before we get to the housing policies themselves and dealing with that. Just to give me a better understanding of the 10% mark, where did that come from, that 10%?
So as I sort of just attempted to summarise,
4% is your evidence. So how did you decide?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So 4% is the average. Up to 4% is the growth for a 7-year period between 2011 and 2018. We're talking of a 20-year plan. So it's not an exact, mathematical calculation, but essentially, if you double it and add a bit more, you're getting from 7-year, 14-year, and then 20.
That was the case, but I'm not allowed to assume. So that's why I wanted to just clarify.
Yes, it's broad brush, and it's proportionate to the evidence we have available through the role and function study.
Okay. Right, thank you. Councillor Jones, please, and then I'll come to Mr. Danks.
Thank you, ma'am. I thought I ought to take the opportunity to support where I can, because that's been a little bit rare so far for me in this hearing. This was a member-led initiative, and we did ask Mr. Russell and others to look into this from the Planning Review panel that I sat on, I think. And it was in response to, as Mr. Russell mentioned, very rural communities wanting to remain sustainable. I think I'm probably pointing out there might be some risks with this in terms of how developers might use it. I don't know, but I think as Mr. Russell has described, they've done their best to try and wrap it up in sensible limits to ensure that it's used for the purpose for which it was intended.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jones. Mr. Danks, please.
Afternoon, ma'am. Yeah, we touched on this last time, didn't we? So we've got the 9 dwellings or 10% for housing. Can I just run through maybe one scenario, because I think I've got some concerns that there might be an inconsistency, or how do you deal with an inconsistency in the plan? So let's say you have a mixed use scheme rather than just a housing scheme, and that mixed use scheme is there to deliver a facility for a local community. Whether that might be a new shop or whether it might be a community building or something of that ilk. But that relies upon housing to support it financially. And let's say that housing is going to need to be more than 9 dwellings. You've then got a level of inconsistency with the policy, but a scheme which is meeting a local need. How is that rationalised through CP3 and then other policies of the plan? The second part, ma'am, is I think Mr. Russell talked about, the answer might be, we use neighbourhood plan statements. And I could understand that, and that's, a good way of establishing a response to local need. However, neighbourhood plan statements do need to be consistent with the primary part of the development plan, i.e. the local plan. And again, what happens with that inconsistency? So I'm just not sure putting a fixed number on something is actually going to prevent sustainable development where it's mixed use, or it's there, housing is there to deliver something other than just the housing. But there might be another way through the policies.
Thank you, Mr. Danks. Some more food for thought, so thank you. Council response?
Well, I mean, there may be an issue around subsidising essentially community facilities, and that's a completely separate issue. This policy, DHC2, is to address housing needs, quote, to address existing demographic imbalances in the local population and all specific housing needs identified in a parish housing needs survey. So it's very clear, the policy, it's about delivering housing to achieve social sustainability. It's not about delivering community facilities. We have other policies in the plan that deal with delivering community facilities. CP15, for example, talks about essential community facilities within countryside locations. And, you know, we have employment policies that talk about give some flexibility for extensions and new rural employment opportunities in the open countryside. So I understand. I understand that there's always going to be, you know, I'm sure we could all come up with scenarios of different forms of development that sort of aren't necessarily addressed by certain policies in the plan. But the point of this policy was about housing need, and so that's really it's not about addressing a lack of community facilities in terms of leisure or recreation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Danks, did you want to add?
Just one very quick point, ma'am. So if you make an application with housing in it, does the housing policy not apply then? That's the conundrum, isn't it? I appreciate what Mr. Russell's saying, but if you made an application with, let's say, 12 houses in it, the first thing, and a community facility, and explain the two were being, one was subsidising the other, yes, it might meet CP15, but it would be contrary to CP3, and you'd end up with that inconsistency. And it's just important to work that through, because I think that's the most important thing about what does housing do in local communities. Yes, it does deliver affordable housing and meet a housing need, but quite often it can be mixed with other things to meet other needs, and that's what's important for our rural communities and their sustainability.
I think it's part of the reason for our questions was about why the 9 dwellings, why that's been picked. And I understand the council's perspective in terms of they've picked 9 dwellings because major development is 10 dwellings and over. I mean, this is partly why we've got a number of MIQs on this, because we're trying to get our heads around it and understand that the council, wants to provide some form of flexibility, but it's how that's done in a consistent way to ensure that it's perfectly clear and the policies are effective. That's what I'm looking at. Is it effective? I mean, there's nothing to stop a council from going against its own policy when determining planning applications. That's a decision that will be made by the planning committee or the council at the time. But obviously, it then brings into question the usefulness of the policy. Then, if that's what the council would need to do to deal with that. It is a slight conundrum, which I think the council understands that it is a slight conundrum. Perfectly understand where the council's coming from in terms of trying to do flexibility, and it's interesting that obviously Councillor Jones has said this is a member-led initiative, which is nice to hear. That with members getting involved in the local plan process, that's a very positive involvement. It's just, is this approach sound? So I'm not going to have any further sort of major discussion on it at the moment, because I think it's just something that I need, unless anybody's got anything further to add. Mr. Danks, you've got your hand up. Did you want to add anything further?
Only just to say, Mum, I'm not trying. The policy as a principle, I really do understand. It's
absolutely
something for rural communities, which quite often are missed out at local plans, and the fact it's member-led, that's good. I think it does come back to the parameters you put on the policy and whether they are numerically based, i.e. 9 or 10%. Or whether you make it a criteria-based policy and give that a little bit more flexibility. That both approaches have pluses and minuses to them. my own thought is that having an element of criteria explanation in there to allow more than 9 in certain circumstances would at least allow the council flexibility not to have to go against their own policy when they're trying to do something which supports sustainable development. And that might be something to take away. And I think that's the way you could make the policy, let's say, more sound, because it'd be more usable then for the intended purpose, which is sustainability.
Well, if I could just ask the council that question, did the council consider a more criteria-based policy for this outside settlement development limits flexibility?
We did, and I think in your question earlier about what alternative approaches we could take to managing growth in the countryside, and I kind of I think Natalie referred you to the fact we did look at other options. We looked at, for example, we looked at looking at landscape sensitivity as one as essentially a criteria based, and then looking at the evidence in terms of, for example, landscape and the effect of development on the edge of a settlement. That was one approach that we looked at, but we also looked at purely word-based criteria, and we have other examples around the county and other locations. I think our nervousness is that if you try to define essentially a boundary through words, you end up with uncertainty. It's not clear. We end up with endless appeals where we all argue about whether a certain field is satisfies or doesn't the criteria in the policy. So what we're trying to do in the plan, subject to the SDL process being robust, is achieve effective management of our urban and rural settlements and countryside. Generally speaking, we believe in the council that a settlement development limit approach has served us well in terms of the objectives that we set ourselves. Just to come back on Colin's point, I think there's a difference between the strategic policy CP3, which does talk in the context of smaller settlements of the overall objective to seek to sustain or enhance the settlement's existing role, function, accessibility, and to boost community vitality and social sustainability. That's in relation to CP3 Tier 4A settlements. That's a strategic policy. That's the overall objective. And then a detailed delivery policy, which in terms of DHC2 and the 9 dwellings and the 10%, that's specifically around housing development. So you could have a scenario where you have a mixed scheme, which Colin's mentioned around housing and a village hall. It's not a case of contradiction. It's just that form of development wouldn't be the policy necessarily that you would apply, because it's more than just housing, and it's more than achieving a housing a demographic balance. It's delivering additional community facilities. So I wouldn't say it's in contradiction. I would say that it wouldn't be the policy you would apply DHC2. So you wouldn't apply that necessarily the 9 because that's specifically about housing. You would look at the broader strategic policy, which is CP3, and you would look at this. You would look at that specific planning application in the context of, does it deliver community, does it extend the form and function of the settlement, does it achieve greater community sustainability? And the answer may be yes, in which case CP3 is the strategic policy. That's what we're trying to achieve. So you would argue for that development on a site specific basis as being in conformity with CP3. But as I said, it wouldn't be contrary to DHC2. It would be a different form of development because it's not purely housing. So you can tie yourself in knots a little bit if you try to draft policies for every single mix of uses that you might get a planning application for. Ultimately, I know my development management colleagues are sick of me saying this. Ultimately, it's a matter of their judgment based upon, we provide the broad policy framework, and they need to look at, you know, what other material considerations there may be at the point of
I mean,
decision making.
yes, I mean, you look at the development plan as a whole, but obviously if there is conflict within that development plan, that's what I think that's what Mr. Danks is trying to.
I would say there's no
get his head around. If there is, then is that issue. How does CP15 fit in as well? Because if we go back to CP3 and look at what the figures referred to outside SDL, core policy CP15 applies. So, which is obviously, you know.
So CP15, as we've already touched upon in a previous session, is essentially a strategic summary policy. So it's entirely consistent. Criteria 9 is entirely consistent with DHC2 that we're talking about. But again, that criteria is to meet identified housing needs or address demographic imbalances and is supported by the local community. There is a separate criteria to CP15 which identifies essential community facilities. There's also another criteria that says that it is demonstrated that the proposal is enabling development required in order to maintain a heritage asset. So it may be that, you know, if you have a crumbling village hall, but it's a heritage asset and you're achieving, you're making best use of that heritage asset with some enabling housing development, then that would be acceptable. So I don't believe this. I believe CP15 is consistent with CP3 and DHC2 and provides sufficient flexibility to provide for additional community facilities if required.
Although CP15 is very specific, it says development will not be permitted unless the criteria are complied with. It makes that very clear. And criteria 9 is very specific. It says it is a scheme of up to 9 dwellings. And then the next section says where development accords with the principles listed above, it will only be permitted in the countryside if. So it's very specific. Okay, I think that's one, leave it with us, because I've heard the council side and I've heard other references. I think that's a judgment for myself and my colleague to make in relation to the soundness of this reference to 9 and this flexibility that the council's trying to achieve, which is admirable, as the framework does not prevent development from happening in the countryside at all. It's just, and the framework doesn't reference settlement development limits at all either. It's very silent on those factors, but it doesn't mean that you can't have them and you can't set out what is right for the district. And so I've heard what you think is, from the council's perspective, what you consider is right for the district and what you're trying to achieve. And then I've obviously heard some scenarios of, well, how would this work in dealing with certain types of development? So I'm not going to labour that point anymore. It was just, that's quite a useful discussion. So thank you for that. Now, a number of the other questions that we've got that we had on our MIQs very much follow the same pattern because it's referenced in lots of different areas. So we've really sort of talked about question 22. We've talked question 23. And the council's clarified in relation to 23B that there was a bit of a typographical error. So again, if you can set those out in the draft potential list of modifications, that would be very helpful. Because that provides additional clarity in relation to this development outside of defined development limits about needing or requiring parish council support, etc. So again, that gives another added element of consistency. We've had unless there's anything further, because I've asked the questions in relation to question 24. So unless there's anything else on question 24 that anybody wants to raise, ask the questions about the 10%, CP3, how it relates to DHC2. Council's have answered that question. Just in relation, sorry, I'm just reminding myself of some points that have been raised. Still sticking with this outside settlement development limits, are there any implications in relation to any emerging or made neighbourhood plans at all? Is the council aware of that?
We are obviously aware of some neighbourhood plans that are coming forward. I'm not aware that any of those
are any allocating sites.
Well, possibly there's one neighbourhood plan that may be allocating a site at Standish, which is just to the north of Stonehouse. That's please don't quote me on that though, because I know they were, but
it's not in this plan, so I'm not interested in it. If it's not in this plan,
but that's the only one I'm aware of where I've seen examples of where a site may be allocated. Generally, the neighbourhood plans that have come forward, well, exclusively so far, none of them have actually allocated sites for development. A few of them have identified local green spaces, but not specific development sites.
I'm just looking at my other notes in relation to our other questions, our final questions, really. In relation to our question 25, then Council, you've put forward some suggested modifications. This is in relation to development in the AONB. If I can find your document, there it is. And you make reference to a future SPD as well. Again, if you could set that out in the draft potential list of modifications, just to, if you think some changes may be AMs, if you can just note that next to it. We need a list of everything at the moment, just so that it's clear. And then if the council thinks that, no, that's an AM, unless it's just a factual change, then we don't want it in the list. The only difference is for main modifications that are covering something else, if it makes sense to include that factual change within it, you don't have to do it as an AM because it's already in there as part of the MM, if that makes sense. Are there any other queries or questions that anybody wants to raise on the final questions that we've set out in our MIQs? On question 25, which is to do with the AONB, and then just the overall question 26. Mr. Flanagan, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to talk to you about Nailsworth, and it kind of touches on the settlement hierarchy, also dipping its toe in back to methodology and the A1B point as well, and the overall strategy really. And you've got written submissions on this as well, man, so I won't repeat them. But it's clear from the plan that Nailsworth has got a limited role in terms of the level of growth being planned there in the spatial strategy. And we question whether that's appropriate and sound. EB 72, that's the settlement's role and function study, that tells us that Nailsworth is the 4th largest settlement in the district, only behind Stroud, Stonehouse and Dursley. And it's one of the highest performing settlements in terms of services, facilities and good accessibility. And it also has the 4th largest employment hub, with a very high proportion of residents working from home. What does that tell us? You begin to understand that Nailsworth is a sustainable settlement with a good degree of self-containment in terms of housing, employment, retail and services. But despite this, the plan, it's only allocating a single site for growth in Nailsworth. And the deliverability of that site hangs on the new stadium being built and the relocation of the football club. So potentially you're left with a plan which doesn't deliver any housing or any affordable housing at Nailsworth in the planned period. The council's response to limiting growth in Nailsworth relies upon their interpretation of the A1B and PPG and the PPF, which we touched on briefly in earlier sessions. And we disagree with that because we think in the PPG, turning that up, the phrase unlikely is in there in terms of needs from outside the A1B being unlikely. But it's not an absolute barrier to development. It's part of the overall planning balance in terms of plan making and PPF Para 20. And we note that the council, there is allocations in the A1B in the plan at Ainswick and Minchinhampton. And the difference with Nailsworth's ring fenced by the A1B really, but the settlement itself is not in the A1B. Those 2 other settlements are just referred over. So Nailsworth is quite unique in that regard. But we think the policies of the PPT and PPF, they are permissive policies with the AMB. It is about limiting growth. So it's not that you wouldn't put a huge proportion of Stroud's growth at Nailsworth, for example. But it's about limiting this, looking at it, reflecting of the level of constraint.
So are you saying that the decision for the council to not explore further development in Nailsworth is because they've interpreted the framework wrong in relation to AOMB or development within the AOMB, and they've used, because I'm trying to think of it from a soundness perspective rather than about, because the council can decide whether it wishes to bring forward development in whatever settlements it desires. It's open to do that. But I'm trying to understand from your perspective what the soundness issue is of that approach.
It's the council's interpretation of the PPG, so it's in their MIQs. Yeah, 2.25.7.
Yeah, I know which bit you're referring to. Yeah, with the
and it talks about you're unlikely to be suitable areas for accommodating unmet needs from adjoining non-designated areas. So effectively, what plan is doing is saying, well, Nailsworth's not in the A1B, so therefore we're not going to release land housing growth that is in the A&B immediately adjacent, with the exception of the site they have allocated, a single site. So that's a brownfield site as well, man. So that's slightly different. But effectively, Nailsworth gets no growth because of that interpretation. And given where it sits in the settlement hierarchy, and we're trying to plan for sustainable development, I think that just is.
Thank you. Council comments on that before I move on? I know I've got a couple of hands up. Just that.
Yes, thank you. Conor Flanagan was very careful not to tread over old ground, and I will equally try and not tread over old ground. But
this misinterpretation of the wording.
Yes, I wanted
around that point, isn't it?
Yes. Okay. So the PPG talks about such a location is unlikely to be a suitable area to accommodate the unmet needs of adjacent areas. So that's essentially, it's the word unlikely. What I did mention at a previous, I didn't give you a specific reference. I'll give you a specific reference now. The Cotswolds Management Plan policy CE12 states that, I quote, development in the Cotswolds AONB should be based on robust evidence of local need arising from within the AONB. So yes, I think the word unlikely is ironically in government guidance isn't particularly clear, but I would say it's backed up by the Cotswolds AONB management plan, which is obviously a material planning consideration. And that clarifies that as long as you assume the word should is more certain than unlikely, that provides us clarity as to what we should do in the event that we're dealing with a site on the edge of a settlement that's within the AONB. To be fair though, to the council, hopefully Conor will agree. We did assess the site in terms of landscape impact. We did identify it as a potential site coming forward. The PPG essentially changed government guidance halfway through the process, and that's why the site wasn't taken forward. So in terms of, I don't want to reopen the site selection debate, but we responded. We responded to a change in government guidance, and that's essentially we didn't dismiss it at a very early stage. We did consider it. The only other point I just wanted to make is, again, Nailsworth, it is one of our main settlements, and it's within the hierarchy. But we consider there is a continuing supply of housing likely to come forward. At the table I submitted to the session when we were talking about the sort of proportional amount of growth in the district, I'll read from it. So there are six, as at the time of 2020, there were 66 dwellings with existing commitments. There's the allocation 90 dwellings, so a total of 156 homes planned for in Nailsworth in the plan that's before you. We've talked about settlement development limits. We believe that there will continue to be a healthy supply of settlements of windfall development within those settlement development limits. So we consider that Nailsworth, given that it is surrounded by the AONB, is being suitably treated in terms of our strategy and our hierarchy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wakefield, please.
Thank you, Ma'am. It was really to support the council in their assessment of development within settlements that are situated within the AONB. Obviously, notwithstanding what Mr. Russell said, there is obviously the test, the exceptional circumstances test that would equally apply to any development that goes within the AONB. My query really is to whether or not the council has taken seriously those developments that are in settlements that have a close relationship with other larger settlements that are situated within the AONB. And my example in that respect focuses on Wootton Under Edge, Ma'am, and the supporting settlement in this case is Kingswood. Wootton Under Edge, as you've heard, is not the subject of any growth within the local plan, despite its role as a sustainable market town. Kingswood, as the local plan advises on page 204, has good access or very good access to services and facilities in the nearby Wootton Under Edge settlement, and also is close to significant employment opportunities in the form of Renishaw, that employs approximately 1,700 people, and also is the subject of a significant employment allocation as well. In respect of that employment allocation, the question I ask myself is, where are the new homes to actually support that allocation? There are none in the vicinity of the employment allocation itself. There are no new homes really within close to Wootton Under Edge that would support its role as a market town. And I believe that there should be greater consideration given to development in Kingswood in order to address those particular issues. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Mr. Fong and then I'll ask the council to respond. Mr. Fong?
Mom, just very briefly, I don't want you to go away thinking that Nailsworth is not getting any housing. My client Ecotricity has already secured planning permission for their new stadium. We're discharging the reserve matters. I also have planning permission for the playing pitches. We anticipate a move to the ground shortly. And that will release New Lawn site, PSO6, and there will be some housing in Nailsworth. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Mr. Russell, or anybody else from the council wants to respond to Mr. Wakefield's point?
I think very briefly, there has been a lot of development, relatively a lot of development in Kingswood over the last 10 years, given its relatively modest level within the settlement hierarchy. In fact, when the neighbourhood development plan was being examined a few years ago, the inspector noted or the examiner noted in his report that Kingswood needed, I think the quote was, a breathing space. So it had significant growth, in our view, beyond its level and within the settlement hierarchy. Now, in terms of this plan, Guy Wakefield is correct in terms of Wootton Under Edge. We've talked about that. It is one of our main settlements, but it is entirely constrained by its location within the AONB. We've tried to find sites. It's been almost impossible to find those sites. Those appeal sites that have been identified have been dismissed by inspectors as appeal. We have identified land at Kingswood. So going back to that table I mentioned before, there are 55 homes either draft allocations in the plan or existing commitments. So we believe that level of development is appropriate for its location, for its position within the settlement hierarchy. Obviously, we also have settlement limits, so there's opportunities for small sites to come forward within the limits. And that's probably all I need to say on that without straying into emission sites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Anything further on any matters relating to matter 2 on settlement hierarchy and the site selection methodology that we've discussed today? Because I'm going to draw the session to a close very shortly. No further questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions today. It has been very helpful, and apologies that we weren't able to conclude sooner on this one, because I think sometimes it is more useful to have consecutive days on the same topic, so that hopefully everybody can recall everything that was said previously. But thank you for your patience in dealing with that. I think the council's got a little bit of homework, and I think I've got a little bit of homework as well to go away with and have a look at and just have a think about some of the matters. So I really appreciate everybody's contributions today, because that has been very helpful and clarified a couple of points to me. We are back on Tuesday, when we start the process of going through the site allocations, Tuesday is the general questions. Exactly how far and how long, I don't, because some of it would be heading into matter 7 to a certain extent. So we may not deal with some matters there, but we'll see how it goes. And then obviously we will be dealing with specific site allocations from Wednesday onwards. So I look forward to seeing everybody there who is attending. So thank you very much. Oh, there's a hand up, Mr. Davis.
Thanks, ma'am. Could you confirm whether you have received the note from the council on the SRN funding junction 14 and 12 of the M5?
No, they have until the 19th of May to give that to us.
Okay, thank you.
That was discussed last week, and I've given them until the 19th of May. It's in its, I think it's in either its 3rd or its 4th iteration at the moment. So as soon as it becomes available and myself and my colleague have had a chance to have a read of it, it will then be made publicly available. There are some documents will be going up onto the website. I haven't checked to see whether they've gone up yet, but some documents will be going up on the website. These are the documents in relation to that we've requested as part of the hearing sessions. We're not asking for any comments on these. I'm just going to make that publicly known at the moment. If we do want any further comments on any of those documents that are set out, then we will make sure that a note is put onto the website to make that clear and make it clear at a future hearing session as well. We have allowed the participants for the Sharpness site to respond on the County Council additional evidence that they put forward as part of that, but that's only for participants of that session. And we will, because at the moment we just need to confirm we don't want additional evidence if we don't need it. If we've got enough, and no matter what we receive, it's not going to change our minds. Then we will let you know if we want anything further from that. But the evidence should be going up. I sent a message off yesterday to say yes, that can now go live from the evidence that I received back from the council. So and that will be changing evidence as well. So if somebody thinks, oh my God, there's a list of modifications here. No, it's a draft potential list of, nothing's been decided as yet. This is just coming off the back of what we asked, myself and my colleague asked the council to produce. So so hopefully that should be up. It should be up by tomorrow, I would hope, but if not, it should certainly be up by early next week. So thank you very much. There will be an updated hearing programme produced. I was hoping to get it done by tomorrow. If I can clarify, I just need to have a chat with the programme officer, which I will do obviously offline, and just run through a couple of options. I will hopefully get that out as soon as possible, and that will include the updated sessions, or the resumed sessions for Sharpness and Wislow as well. So we'll try and get that done as soon as possible. So if it can't go up by tomorrow, it'll certainly be again early next week. Mr. Flanagan.
Apologies, Ma'am, just to go back in something. Just Mr. Fong tried to give you confidence regarding the deliverability of the stadium. He omitted the fact that there's a non-material amendment to delay or extend the implementation period for that stadium. I understand, just looking at the council's website now, there was an application, unless that information is, I'm looking at Mr. Russell checking maybe as well. But if the website is up to date, they're seeking to extend the implementation. So I think the point being that with something like a stadium, getting planning consent is one thing, and it actually being built is something entirely different.
Well, that can be said by any development, really, can't it?
Yeah, well, Mr. Fong's been promoting Sharpness for 20 odd years, so he knows best.
Thank you for that anyway. Thank you, appreciate that. So thank you everybody for your contributions, and I will see anybody who is coming along next week to the sessions. I will see you on Tuesday. So thank you, I'll leave for now.